Hello, 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 everyone. Welcome one, welcome all, welcome back to our Saturday afternoon Forts time. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to say thank you to everyone stopping by so early as we're just getting started. Here's today. We're to be showing off the BOG Worlds 3v3 tournament. This is the co-op-on-death tournament that we were enjoying last weekend. And, well, it's a good one. Honestly, it has been an absolutely amazing set of matches, and I am extremely looking forward to getting them going and seeing what we've got up next. So this is part 2. We will be proceeding through round 3 and the finals. Half of the teams have been eliminated. The other half are split between those who have 2 lives remaining and those who are in the lower brackets, close to annihilation. A question from chat: where is the co-op-on-death guns only mod that you use? It is... I'm not sure that it's properly public right now. It must be here. I can post it in chat here for you. Know what? Let me check to see if this is properly public. It should be public, but I'll double check real quick. Yes, it is. Okay, I will post it in chat here for you. That's the one that's currently being used. All right. Well, first off, we will be first round we'll be doing today is the Doc team versus France, and we're setting that up right now. Hello there, E-Tail. I'm just gonna call you Ronnie. Jamming Doodler, Phoenix Knights, Regimen, the Angry Boy, Alex and Dragon, Pervotron. Welcome in. All right. Let's do this. We'll get another minute or so while we set up the lobby, and then we'll be jumping into the action. So, one thing we've noticed from last time, the big problem that we were looking to resolve is the mega base issue, where a single base operated by multiple players is just kind of more powerful than 2 bases operated separately. And the co-op-on-death variants, where it's, weapons only, was meant to help resolve that. And we have seen mega bases, and the mega bases we have seen are notably less powerful, although we still have seen mega bases. So I'm curious to see how the players continue on with that. Will the players enjoy the loss of power to the point where it's more interesting to them to use co-op-on-death? Will they say that it's simply still too much? A question from chat: why not use maps with build limits between the bases, or maps that prevent re-expansion? Because the act of expanding itself is not considered to be the problem. That's a high-risk, high-reward situation. It's specifically the combination of the combined APM with the merging of the bases that is considered problematic. If you have one player managing multiple bases with a higher income, it's fine. If you have two players managing multiple bases worth of fort, then it's not fine. This tournament was meant to test out whether having two players operating the same base, but one of them can only do weapons, is enough of a handicap to make it fine. Think the jury on that one is leaning toward not fine, but we'll see. Hello there, Tired Beanbag, and Llama Cub, and Coenso, welcome in. I'm just noticing, we have a German team, Austria-Hungary team, China and German in the upper bracket. And then DAC, France, Russia in the lower bracket. I guess I could have seen that one coming. Hello there, Robert Fox. Welcome back. When do I plan to do the next community RTS stream? Tentatively Wednesday. I am putting together some plans that may supersede that on Wednesday. I will be announcing in the Discord if that is the case. Otherwise, Wednesday will be the next community RTS day. Weekly community streams, as per usual. Big difference is APM merge. The fact that it's less cores to defend, effectively increasing spending APM for weapons. Yes. Alright, looks like we are officially starting in 3 minutes. First game will be DAC versus France on Shattered Rift. Shattered Rift. I like that one. You started playing Forts this week again? 3-year break? Well then, you know where to be on Wednesday. All right. So we're starting out with the lower bracket, and I presume we will be continuing that direction. Afterwards, we'll have the Russian teams. Honestly, I like the Russian teams. They're quite satisfying to watch. Next test will be if coop-on-death can only do repair, upgrade, and place weapons. Honestly, repair, upgrade, and place weapons tech is an overwhelming majority of the APM expenditure. If the only thing you can do is manage the base, then you're doing most of it. The shooting of the weapons is both the most exciting and the least APM intensive of it. That's why we've gone with that. Is there a mod for Worms 2 weapons and forts? Not to my knowledge. But I don't see why there couldn't be. As it looks like we are off to the races. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you guys are ready because we're jumping straight into the action. As here we have on the left hand side, it is Doc, Plia, Bombstander, and Hanoblat are playing as the Overdrive Commander here on Shattered Rift. They're facing off against their opponents on the right hand side in the red team. It's Team France. OG, though 15 Rider, and Treeforce are playing as the Hurricane Commander. This looks nice. Playing around with some new technology options. I like it. Things are progressing as I would expect them to for this match. Both of these commanders tend to prefer later gameplay, at least in the current meta. Although both of them do have options for early aggression. It's very rare to see that kind of thing. Instead, I would expect to see a hefty development into economy, and then an even heftier development into economy, and we are going that direction. That I am quite content to see. The most interesting bit is that OG, the top player for the France team, up here in the top right corner, is basically rushing out heavy weapons. He's already got it's barely past 90 seconds into the match, and he's already got ammunitions plants a quarter of the way completed. We do see a buzzsaw coming out from Treeforce, the lower player in the France team. This could do some damage, though I find it unlikely to do so. Let's see how it works out. As OG is saving up for a cannon, as we're going to have a proper cannon o'clock timing. Oh. There it is. No major damage. Bomb standard panicking, but surviving, completely intact. it's still just kind of building up. Here on the right-hand side, we have BOG 15 Rider going for big cannons, starting with a howitzer and a cannon, with Tree Force going fire beam, plasma beam. But on the left-hand side, we just don't have that much firepower inbound. They've gone so hard into the eco that they really just don't have weaponry on the board. Clear has a single 20 mil. Bomb Standard's got a plasma building. There's just going to be a, frankly, well, there it is, and that's one of the big benefits of having a cannon out by cannon o'clock. Bomb Standard just takes a massive hit, loses his plasma, as Tree Force is going straight to Hannibal. That should be lethal, and it is. The Doc team, they spent so much on eco that they didn't have enough defenses, and they certainly didn't have enough weapons to fire back, as even more howitzers are coming out to play. Oh, Bomb Standard just lost more than half of his mines to OG's cannon. The French team, they haven't gone heavy into eco. They've just gone a standard cannon build. And, well, the Doc team wasn't prepared for it. Here comes howitzer. And cannon. Oh, just directly to Bomb Standard's core. He's knocked down to 59%. Oh dear. Oh, getting over-penetrated by cannons as 3 cannon rounds come flying out. Bomb Standard goes down to laser fire. I like the addition of the snipers into the now combined base of Team Doc. This will enable, because coop-on-death is enabled with weapons only, we could expect these snipers to have 100% uptime, which has consequences and is not a small impact. That's actually kind of terrifying. Alas. Oh my god, the perfect Magna Beam. I couldn't have done that better myself. Just looping up and around, sniping out OG's core. But his core is not the primary element of his base. None of his weapons go down, all of his economy survives. The France team is able to simply reclaim his fort and loses nothing for it, as OG is, well, this is co-op-on-death. He can just join in the France team and suddenly he has control over all of his normal weapons. All he's requiring is that BOG 15 Rider, the other player on the French team who's joined in the fort, now manages the rest of the fort. And as we see the sniping, all that extra APM is nowhere to go but into snipers, which are, you know, taking out anti-air left and right. Well, just left. The France team is the right side. Magna Beam fires again, but is caught by the defenses of Team France, as they've prepared for it this time, not caught by surprise. Oh, it's so much damage. Oh dear. Oop. Uh-oh. Camera panic. Camera panic. It's fine. And there it goes. It's just too much firepower. As the France team wins it. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, shout out to Team France, who survived, knocking out Team DOC entirely. Team France moves on to round 4, and Team DOC is eliminated. DPS matters a lot. Will there be point predictions? Yes. Yes, there will be. Alrighty then, shout out to Team France. As next up, we have... What is yelling at me? It's me! Stop it. Next up, we have the Russian teams. Alright. Give us a moment while we get set up. It'll take a couple minutes. Is there a chat delay between you and chat today? Or is it again casting from someone else who has the delay? It is again casting from someone else who has the delay. There is a delay between what is actually happening in the worlds and what you guys see and what I see. However, you and I here at chat are together able to banter back and forth, which I greatly appreciate. It's quite nice. A question from chat: is there a reason that players don't go for early foundation snipe with buzzsaws? Seems like they often leave their foundation exposed in the early game. It isn't so clear to see when foundation is exposed or not from the player's perspective. Even if there's an assumption that it's exposed, then actually physically making the shot is mechanically difficult. Additionally, most players will preemptively defend against that kind of thing by the time buzzsaws can come out, unless you're absolutely rushing them. It becomes difficult to land the shot before it's too late. We seem to be technical difficulties. There we go. Okay, much better. Alright, a quick restart. And now we're off. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Russian elimination team. Russian elimination round here in the lower bracket. Where here we have on the left-hand side, it is Team Ryabjik. Comprised of Ryabjik, Lumos, and Alexander. Playing as the armoured commander. They're facing off against their opponents in the right-hand side. In the red forts, it's Team DimmaRed. Chief, DimmaRed, and MegaRed are playing as the Warthog commander. Both of these commanders favor heavy weapons, although it is Team Armadillo that favors the super late game. Warthog tends to favor more regular length games, I should say, medium length games, kind of mid-game approach. Okay. I'm just noticing both of these team logos are very similar thematically, and I like it. I like that the sniping is just kind of going back and forth constantly. Now, what do we have here? So as I mentioned before, both of these players enjoy heavy weapons, so we're not expecting to see things like nukes or other similar typical early game weaponry. No weapons rushes or things of the like. However, it is Team Ryabjik here on the left-hand side that prefers the super late game option. It's the Armadillo commander that truly wants the game to last 20-30 minutes. Whereas Warthog just gets its power spike the moment heavy weapons come out. Though unsurprisingly, we are seeing heavy weapons for everyone involved and going toward the late game. What's interesting to me is on this map, the forwardmost bases would typically go for something like a howitzer. And Chief of Team DimmaRed on the right-hand side is preparing for that specifically. But Ryabjik team on the left-hand side not going for howitzer in that position. Which may mean that there's going to be some bit of advantage there. Like, hey, surprise! You can't counter me because I'm not doing that. Now, whether or not that's a good thing to do, I'm not sure. But Lumos just sniped out both of Chief's shotguns, which is great for Team Ryabjik. We're seeing the build-up happen. We do see Chief constructing a howitzer. Whereas Lumos is constructing plasma. So we're looking at the 2 howitzers from Team DimmaRed with extra shotguns. But Team Ryabjik is just kind of not going with a lot of heavy weapons. They have 2 plasmas on the board, and that's about it. They're just playing defensively and just teching up, ecoing up even. And that puts them, they're ecoing faster than Team DimmaRed, and just not getting aggressive with it. And you know, that's a very armadillo way to play things. As we saw last round, not being aggressive can have consequences. And we'll get to see how that plays out this time. Well, the howitzers are coming online for Team DimmaRed, and there are lasers available to retaliate for from Team Ryabjik. Both teams have shotguns available as anti-howitzer tech, so we'll see if these howitzers actually make the shot. Lasers are flying. Empowered laser beams. Team DimmaRed has activated their commander ability, empowering all of their heavy weapons. The howitzers are launched and taken out of the sky, as lasers are now immediately going back and forth. It's funny how that works. One player opens fire and then everyone immediately retaliates. Oof. A little bit of overpenetration, but not a lot of significant damage done. Chief lost a couple turbines in the back, which will slow him down a little bit, but nothing incredibly destructive here. There's just so many shotguns from Team Ryabjik. They are so extremely prepared for these howitzer play. This is the kind of situation where if I'm playing howitzers, I just stop playing howitzers. That's too many shotguns. And the team is way too prepared for this. Look at that. Just So many shotguns, they're overkilling the howitzers with shotguns. But Team DimmaRed is... that's a lot of focus fire. He's punching through the armor. The core takes damage, but it's not enough to fully break it. DimmaRed himself is down to 91%, as here come the laser beams. DimmaRed now has 3 plasmas online, which is a lot of plasma. They're all adjacent to each other, so they're great at focus firing a single position. But Team Ryabjik officially has enough firepower to break through defenses of basically anywhere they want, assuming every player on the team focuses fire into the same spot. Which is asking a lot, but is doable. Yeah, at this point I would strongly consider selling off the howitzers and just go standard cannons. Like, yes, Lumos just took a howitzer hit. Yes, that was a lot of damage, but one howitzer hit every so often is just not better than a cannon hitting consistently. There are 6 plasmas for Team DimmaRed right now, compared to 4 plasmas for Team Ryabjik. It's just a matter of time before someone breaks. Ryabjik himself, the middle player for the left-hand side here, has a massive and extremely terrifying base, comprised of 1 howitzer and 3 cannons. That's just a lot of firepower. Honestly, it's more firepower than Team DimmaRed's cannon player is able to land with any consistency. It's just the standard cannons, they make it across. They deal damage, and that's just how that works. Whereas Team DimmaRed is relying on howitzers to get the damage dealt, and they just aren't. They just aren't at all. Look at it. Complete shutdown of those howitzers. Mega Red finally loses, or should I say, Mega Red on the right hand side here loses 2 of his plasmas to plasma fire, as DimmaRed just takes round after round of cannon shell directly into its base. Oh my god, the plasmas, they're cutting deep, but don't quite focus fire perfectly, and DimmaRed isn't able to break through Ryabjik's armor. Ryabjik has a frankly concerning amount of armor in front of his cannons, and, well, DimmaRed does actually have the ability to punch through all of it, assuming it all lands in the same spot. But it didn't land in the same spot. With it, Ryabjik is able to hold the line. Man, the Russian team, the Ryabjik here, is able to just slowly grind through DimmaRed. Like, yeah, DimmaRed started off with more firepower, but that firepower didn't translate into anything. They just haven't dealt the damage they need to do. Yeah, another howitzer round, or another round landed, and did some damage to Lumos, but that's it. DimmaRed goes down. DimmaRed himself, the middle player for the right-hand side, is just gone. And with him down, so too goes away a significant amount of Red Team's firepower. Without all those lasers to focus things down, to penetrate through, there's just not much else going on. The main cannon player for the right-hand side is still relying on howitzers, which have done tantamount to nothing this whole game by virtue of all of their shells being blasted out of the sky. Alexander has been just sniping things left and right this whole time. The top player, the top fort for Team DimmaRed is defanged entirely. Is still reconstructing a plasma from the last time it was destroyed, and has had almost all of its energy production sniped out by one of Alexander's plasmas. As Alexander's slowly growing, using their good economy to keep staying ahead. This tactic here by Team Ryabjik is what I describe as the meta. As Chief loses a cannon. I'd say door snipe, but it really was just a drop shot from on high. But as I was saying, this super high eco type play is the current meta, where you just defend everything efficiently to the point where your opponents just can't out DPS your reconstruction rate, and then you just inevitably build up enough cannons or enough lasers to break through whatever they're doing. Team DimmaRed is trying a desperate maneuver here. They're trying to go with the portal missile strat. See if they can't surprise nukes and get some damage done. While there's a lot of anti-air for Team Ryabjik, there's a solid chance that portal nukes would make it through. At this point, Chief for the bottom fort here on the right-hand side is just trying to die slowly to delay for the nukes to give time for it. And, he's doing what he can. He really is, but he's completely out of money. He should probably sell off his howitzers. I mean, in my opinion, he should have sold them off a long time ago, but now I don't think there's an excuse for not selling them off. As he takes a hit directly onto his core is burning, down to 22%. As here come the Magna Beam cannons. And this is a terrifying amount of damage. And he's gone. Chief goes down. The entire DimmaRed team is now packed into the upper fort, as the nukes are about halfway through completion, halfway through construction. Look at the snipers. There's so much spare APM for Team DimmaRed that has nothing to do, that it's just turned into a massive cluster of snipers. Here come the portals, as those nukes are about to come online. Well, do the nukes land is the question. They haven't been launched yet, so that's, related. There appears to be some, stuttering going on, some internet connectivity issues. Right as a Magna Beam happens. Oh my god. Oh my god. I got to see a few frames of that in the last moment, but the longest reach around shot just went flying. and sniped out the core. It's like, oh my gosh, I want to see it in slow motion. Well, with that, Team Ryabjik manages to claim victory in spectacular fashion. Well done. Alrighty then. Next up, we have Team Germany versus Team Austria-Hungary. 1 round trip to the core, please. Yes. Is the mag being started? Yeah, it's not an internet issue on my end. It's blame the German internet. Unfortunately. It was stuttering for me as well. What happened to portal mortars? They used to be everywhere. They were fun, but less effective than they were fun. I think that's a good way to describe it. Let's see. I am interested in seeing Austria-Hungary here for this next match. One moment. Okay, things are looking solid for the next round. Are they actually sponsored or just for the meme? Just for the meme. Alright, let's make some adjustments here. One moment, no panic. Okay, try this again. You're attempting to intercept the bits, yes. How? Have you recovered from the unique USA versus Russia match? No. That is forever trauma. What's going on here? Let me restart this real quick. One more time. What happened in the match? You don't want to know. It was a disastrophe. The whole thing. But now we're off to the next round. Germany Nord versus Austria-Hungary. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, here we have on the left-hand side, it is Team Germany. Nils, Mars, and Julian are playing as the Overdrive Commander. Against their opponents on the right-hand side, in the red team, it is Team Austria-Hungary. Der Benzin Preisvergleicher, Alessio, and Butterdog are playing as the Armadillo Commander. Both of these teams, or both of these commanders, are known for their late game plays. So I do expect some late gameplay. I say as if everyone on the team isn't sniping off against each other right now. Like it's all chaos. 6 snipers on board, all 6 of them are committing violence against each other. In all the right ways. You'll love to see it. Alrighty then. Things are slowly moving up. The sniping phase has calmed down. The snipers have mostly been... the sniper dueling has mostly resulted in the removal of snipers. So here, the big things I'm looking for here are upgrades, who gets them first, and then what tech is specifically placed for heavy weapons. So when it comes to upgrades and eco investment, the answer is everyone is taking that route, which is not a surprise at all. Both of these teams, both of these commanders, do appear to be going for a super late game with the endest game. Most possible eco available. Not a surprise. The interesting bits are that Nils of the German team here on the left hand side, the forwardmost player, has developed specifically a flak and armory when he did an extra one, as in he didn't require it for his tech tree and has purposely built that. So we're looking to see things like flak and shotguns. And the other interesting thing is the choice of heavy weapons tech. We have lasers for both of the top players, and we have cannons for both of the bottom players. And that's true for both teams. So we are seeing similar weapon compositions and build orders for both of these teams, as they're just kind of going up toward late game. So we won't be seeing heavy weapons during cannon o'clock timing, although we do have a couple fire beams at a butter dog that could be annoying. Julian's is a bit behind on proper heavy weapons, but he will have a fire beam plasma beam, the first to fire, or at least should have access to the first to fire here. We do see the fire beams getting involved. Remember that fire beams, that weapons cannot be repaired while they are under construction. This is one of the benefits of getting fire beams out early. You can destroy enemy weapons while they are under construction and before they can be repaired. 2 to 3 hits of the fire beam will remove a weapon. Period. At least assuming it's under construction. Julian attempts a door snipe, doesn't quite make it. Julian with the first plasma on the board means that he can apply pressure more deeply than even fire beams can. As looks like we see Butterdog getting his fire beam sniped. Both of them sniped, but it's too late, too strong. Mars loses his cannons to a fire beam cook-off. It's just they were under construction, they couldn't survive. And they go down. They couldn't be repaired in time. It even causes a collapse, dealing heavy damage to his economy and his core on the way down. It's beautiful. Very well done. So that will put, despite Butterdog losing a couple fire beams, that will put Team Austria in the lead here. Just by virtue of one team has expended more than the other. Oh! And they do it just, oh my gosh. Nils just punching through the doors. Was that an actual door snipe or? Oh my god, I think that was an actual door snipe. Derbensin gets door sniped and he doesn't have enough bracing to prevent the collapse. A cannon falls directly on his foundations, passing right next to his core. Massive damage has been dealt. He survives it, but loses a third of his economy and knocks his core down to 20% total HP. A question from chat. Do lasers go through portals or damage them? They go through portals and do not damage them. Oh. Return to sender. Julian door snipes himself with his own plasma, losing a fire beam and a plasma in the process. Alessio's got a return to sender online, and Julian hit it perfectly. Yeah, that's some good damage. As the cannons, so the return to senders, we've got return to senders on both sides. Portals OP. Alright, we are settling into what I consider to be the late game. We've gone through the opening stages of the cannon phase, or the heavy weapons phase, and now we're settling into a slugfest. Everyone's defenses are online and intact. Everyone's economy is online and intact. And the weapons are building up. This is where things like Armadillo start to come into, or economic commanders start to really shine, where victory is determined not by a single moment of sniping, a finding of a weakness, but in the total grinding through of the existing armor. The bases fundamentally no longer have weaknesses that can be exploited. It's just a matter of whose armor can be shredded first. And there's a lot of armor to shred. So we have fire beams going back and forth. Julian just takes a lot of economic damage in terms of, or a lot of total damage just from snipers and ricocheted lasers, reflected lasers. We do see a howitzer in production for Julia, as Alessio's cannon stack is growing, going up to 5 cannons now. Alessio is not protected from door snipes. If he gets one door snipe, he's super dead. If he gets door sniped even once, he's just gone. The entire force is gonna disappear. The whole thing. Like, there will be nothing left. Look at how large the forts are growing. A question from chat. Do these matches have a time limit? No. The only way this ends is when one team is beaten out of existence. Unfortunately, as we've discovered between the Russian in the match between the Russian and the U.S. teams, for better or worse, that was a disaster. So we're seeing here something from the Germany team, something that I like to do every so often. We see tiny doors, but instead of wood being used for the bottom half of the door, they're using return descenders. This is something I like to do. It's kind of expensive, but both Nils and Mars have managed to get enough energy production to make it worthwhile. Talking like 500 energy per second apiece. The double howitzer fires. Surprise! Derbenzin face tanks both of those howitzers at the same time, and takes cannon follow up. And he's fine. He had so much armor build up that he just let it go. That it didn't do anything. Didn't even take a scratch on his core. This is what I'm talking about when I'm saying when it gets into the late game, it's not about penetrative firepower. It's not about finding a weakness. It's about just punching enough to break through. Because even double howitzer with a cannon penetration to follow through wasn't enough to clear out. They just have to land those kind of hits over and over and over again until all of the armor is properly cleaned off. Now, it is worth noting, Derbenzin cannot continue to take hits like that. That was a lot of damage and a massive repair bill. Like, he cannot afford to continue taking hits like that. And it looks like he won't have to. Both Derbensine and his teammates have developed notable quantities of shotgun and have removed the howitzer from the sky. Even Butterdog up top is using a fire beam to burn cannon shells out of the sky. As it continues, we have an internal explosion. Mars' cannon blows off its own doors, which is unfortunate. Alright, how long before the Magna Beam comes online? The answer is it's online as of about 1 second ago. But who uses it first? Magna Beam exists. As both teams are still trading shots, everyone on Team Austria-Hungary is vulnerable to Magna Beam shenaniganery. Except for maybe Alessio. Oh! A delayed hit, and he takes it. Derbensing goes down. The wraparound shot, Germany Nord, perfectly aimed. Oh no! Oh, his own Magna Beam betrays him! Oh no! The Magna Beam comes out, and everyone suffers for it. I don't know if you guys... So what happened there? There was a bit of a misfire within the Magna Beam side, and the cannons didn't quite land, but in one final dramatic shot, at the last second, the Magna Beam, the cannon slinks around the tail end of the Magna Beam and eliminates Derbensine's core. But during all of that, something has gone wrong. Germany's own Magna Beam explodes, leaving a giant magna vortex inside the fort, and Team Austria takes advantage of it, giving them the same treatment, launching a volley of cannons into the vortex, causing the cannon shells to wrap around and slap Julian's core from behind and below, eliminating the core outright. And that is why we like to watch forts here, ladies and gentlemen. That was absolutely amazing. Now we get to have the conversation. Which team is in the lead? Which team has the advantage? There is clearly a trade. It was blood for blood, eye for an eye. But who's come out on top? And that is clearly Team Germany. For all the damage dealt, Team Germany has managed to partially recover. Oh, we have blinking forelongs, guys. Oh, the Austria-Hungary team is on the cusp of collapse. Even just a little bit too much wobble, and is not protected from that kind of fire beam. If it loses, it's just... It doesn't have the cannon stagger. It's two stack of a stack. If one of those cannons goes, the whole thing goes. He's selling off multiple cannons, which will help with the weight distribution. Oh, he's just being broken. It's just too much incoming firepower. Butterdog is trying to defend his teammate, but it's just way too much firepower inbound. He cannot sustain that kind of damage. The rockets, I think, are a nice touch. They are unlikely to get anything done, but they do apply pressure at critical timings. It's an APM investment. It's kind of just good to have. It forces the opponents to develop anti-air to spend extra stress on it. Good God. It looks like Team Austria-Hungary is recovering here from that near domino effect of damage. The cannon stack still lives, though partially damaged, is now down to 5 cannons from 7. God, Butterdog just destroying the top base of Germany. If there was some buzzsaws involved, that top fort would probably just cease to exist. The shotguns from Team Austria are doing wonderful work at keeping the skies clear. Oh! Desperate times call for desperate measures. A cannon is used to destroy the cannon, the howitzer round. A beautiful door snipe. This match has been absolutely insane, and it's not stopping. As Butterdog successfully brings a Magna Beam into existence, but Team Austria is pressured so hard that he's not even able to get his own cannons active. This might be their opportunity to get the Magna Beam going. Alright. Do we see it? There's so much fog getting in the way. Can't let those shotguns... Oh, the rockets get returned to sender. Alright, Magna Beam time. It's open. Do it. Do it! Why? That fort's already dead. Why have you done this? Oh no! Of all the targets you could have of all the bases you could have removed, everyone was vulnerable. You targeted the one that was already destroyed. Oh no! Did they forget it was destroyed? Are they still trying to just blow through it anyways? What is the plan here? They could have absolutely just blindsided Nils and removed the entire fort, and with it, half the howitzers and cannons. Oh, God. Nils' howitzer got returned to sender. It's not a perfect return to sender. It doesn't send it back perfectly. So he survives, but oh my God. But after that exchange, it looks like Team Austria-Hungary is going to have another shot at the Magna Beam. And frankly, 4 cannons is enough to penetrate the armor of Nils here. If they give it the reach around shot, then it's just going to be okay. Or at least it's going to work if they land it. The howitzer, it impacts, but there's enough armor to keep things okay. You can't let that kind of shot happen again and again. Magna Beam. Do it. Not a lot of potential there. Just sends cannon rounds directly to the armor, which is fine. TM. Ooh, a howitzer round into foundations. As we've returned to Slugfest. But realistically, Team Germany just does have the advantage here. They still have 3 forts worth of economy compared to Austria-Hungary's 2 forts. Team Austria just desperately needs to get that... Oh, the cannons. Team Austria just desperately needs to get that Magna Beam shot into the forwardmost base of Team Germany. It's still vulnerable. It's partially protected, but with 4 cannons, they can easily penetrate that. And they have 5. A question from chat, is rocket accelerator possible? Yes, though it's less appealing than most. You can't concentrate them. You can accelerate them, but concentrating them is not really a thing. Oh! Armor penetrated. For the first time in a while, Team Austria's armor is penetrated and loses a mine for it. This is what I was talking about. He just cannot keep taking hits like this. The rockets applying pressure, just so much damage. Cannot keep taking hits like that. They need to get some damage done. They need to relieve the pressure, or this is going to end up with Team Austria being ground out of the game here. Oh, just plasma. Destroy. Oof. Another bit of armor penetration. Austria-Hungary loses at one of their cannons. They're down to 4 now. As Team Germany is still adding in more firepower. But a reflection door snipe. Oh. Team Austria no longer has the Magna Beam, which means that they just have to keep firing. They have to try to get some damage done. It's gonna have to rely on door snipes now, and that's asking a lot, as the armor penetrated and it all comes crumbling down. Nothing survives. A clean scoring of the fort. Not a single mine, not a single strut. It's gone. Yeah. That's a lot of damage. Man. If Austria had just targeted Germany's forwardmost base instead of the upper base, that would have been probably just straight up game winning. Like, I don't know how Team Germany would come back from that. This match has been wild. Oh. But the damage is piling up. Team Austria is just tanking hit after hit. All of the weaponry of Team Germany is now pointed at their Austrian neighbors, and it's a lot of damage. It is a lot of damage. And he's gone. Ladies and gentlemen, well played. GG. Team Germany wins this round. That moves on to the semifinals, knocking Austria down to the lower bracket where they will face off against Team France for another chance at claiming victory in this competition. Holy smokes, very well played. That was wild. I don't know about you guys, but I think that was the best match so far. That was just great. This needs a special episode of its own. You know, I may have to agree with you on that one. Absolutely amazing. Hopefully the other German team wins also. There's like 4 of them. The Germans have taken over. Too many cannons. Lord. Since when is it so popular to build the non-boxy bases? And all the builds got weird. I don't even know how to answer that question. I mean, non-boxy bases have always been popular. Yeah, that was... These guys. Guys. The plasma comes in and just breaks that, and then from behind, all those shells start destroying, and look at it. Holy smokes. The Magna Beam was the strongest weapon in that game. And you for both teams, and you can't convince me otherwise. Good God. How we got pulled into the Magna Beam? Yes. Whew. So, that was wild. Very into that. I'm gonna make some other adjustments here. Made it in time for part 2. Welcome in, Globmaster. Germany won just now? Yes. Germany did indeed just the win. They did it. Those are the kind of rounds that we live for. Amazing. But now we're on to round 2. German round 2. Next up, Team China versus Team Germany, altitude. Ladies and gentlemen, we're off to the races. Where here we have on the left-hand side, it is Team Germany, altitude, Hopster, Taichu, and Klauales are playing as the Hurricane Commander. In this mirror match against their opponents on the right-hand side, it is Team China. Lewis, Numbers, and Zeb are also playing as Hurricane Commander, and we're gonna get things exciting here. Looks like we've got snipers opening up early, so we're about to see some nonsense. Yes, you are seeing that correct. The middle fort does indeed have 2 cores. Welcome to forts. Not every map is the same. Many of them are different. Many of them are weird. Case in point. So here in this match, I'm looking to see if anything exceptional happens. We see an upgrade center for most players. Every player on the China team has an upgrade center. But only 2 players for Team Germany has an upgrade center. This means that Team Germany is capable of getting firepower on the board before Team China. In exchange, Team China gets a faster start on upgraded economy and increased economy. We do see economic upgrades for Team China. We also see token EMP. But Team Germany is just kind of ahead in terms of heavy weapons placement. We have Taichu, the bottom fort for Team Germany, which is going for their early plasma. We may see plasma fire beam here, which could be positively lethal for its direct opponent. We do see a howitzer build out of Cloud, middle fort for Team Germany. As the AP sniper comes in and just destroys the EMP, the Chinese EMP. Unfortunate. worth noting that Lewis's core did take a hit from the sniper, knocking it down to 70%. We do see a howitzer with a standard cannon follow-up from Clow. Is Taichu going to build a second fire beam here? Looks like a solid maybe. But we will see a fire beam, plaza beam out of Taichu at around a standard timing here. Though he's not opening up his weapons platforms just yet, so maybe delayed a little bit. Now he's opening up, a little bit delayed, but he should get it. But there's no real targets anymore on the Chinese team that are vulnerable to such things. We do see a howitzer available. So Team Germany, with their momentum in terms of weapon placements, will be able to deal real damage, but it looks like it's a swing and a miss. No damage to be dealt this time. As the snipers destroy the fire beam. But now the Chinese team finally fires back. Fire beam, plaza beam. No damage dealt, but a solid hit nonetheless. Wow, the sniping. The sniping from numbers is threatening to destroy Taichu's weaponry. There's just too much anti-air for Team China. The howitzer is once again invalidated by 3 players with anti-air. They all have shotguns and MGs. I'll be honest, I would be tempted to sell off the howitzer here. I'd be very tempted to sell off the howitzer here. Yeah, if I saw that shotgun from below, I think I would sell off the howitzer here. Honestly, Hopser's taking a lot of damage here. Team China's weapons are really coming online, and they're making an impact here, a pretty heavy impact, all over Hopser's base. German team is just kind of taking a pounding, and yeah, they're replying in kind, but the damage just isn't the same. Almost a door snipe, but he holds it. As the cannons for Hopser are online once again. And the Chinese team immediately feels the pain. We have multiple penetrations of the armor, but no significant damage dealt in either side. Armor penetrated? Is it? It's cracked. It's opened, exposed, but is there a follow-up? There is not enough follow-up. There is enough follow-up. But the cannon has been sold off. Klauales loses a cannon by virtue of having it sold, by virtue of selling it off, but does get the money back and maintains everything else. It is okay. Taichu gets door sniped. Germany's lowermost player loses a plasma. As the Chinese team is opening fire with a lot of cannons. And that's it. Player eliminated. Hubser goes down. Just too much firepower. His cannon stack is penetrated. It drops onto his foundations. And he loses everything. As here comes another rain of cannons and laser fire. Taichu is just directly penetrated. It's not even a door snipe this time. There's just not enough doors. There's too much firepower incoming. The German team is getting blasted back to the Dark Ages. Oh my. The turbine block. I love it. Look at that stack of cannons from the topmost player from Team China. It's just... it's so much. I love how their logo is eco-win, and that's just kind of how they do. And it makes me happy. Fire beams and buzzsaws and cannons. Oh my. Core eliminated. Oh dear. It's a bit stuttery, guys. It's okay. We'll oh dear. One moment. Let me see if I can... It didn't help. Oh no. Well, we know what's going to happen to Team Germany, and it's going to involve a lot of cannons and several lasers. So that's, you know... There it is! We did it! Success. Team China wins. What that looked like, the world may never know, or at least me. Well played, Team China. Now moving on to the semifinals, where one of the German teams, LD Sud, moves on down to the lower bracket, where they will face against the Russian team, Ryabjik. Well played. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, give us a moment while we set up the next round. It will be Team Austria-Hungary versus France on the map Shattered Rift. Okay. Chinese cyber attack launched. Oh no. China too strong. You're still not emotionally recovered from USA lost to Russia. Look, I don't think anyone survived that round. All right, like that wasn't. Nobody won that. Nobody won that match. That was just everyone lost. The reputations will never recover from the things that were seen in that round. Mutually assured destruction. Even the viewers lost. Yes. What happened you don't want to know. But you can find out if you check out the last VOD. China beat LD South, now they need to go fight LD North. Yes. LD too powerful. Join the stream, what happened you don't want to know. That was just an exhausting round. A well and truly exhausting round. Can't put your vote in. Thanks to France and Austria-Hungary, your country exists. Understandable. Good lord. Now you have to look at the VOD and regret it, drink beer, and finish the match anyways. You know, that's what it's there for. As long as you enjoy. Alright, we are almost ready to go. I expect another 2-3 minutes. And then we'll be jumping into the action here. Austria-Hungary versus France. Alright, ladies and gentlemen. We are off to the races. And here we go. So here we have on the left-hand side, it is Team France playing as the Hurricane Commander. Though 15 Rider, OG, and Tree Force are facing against their opponents on the right-hand side in the red, it is Team Austria-Hungary. Alessio, Butterdog, and Derbenzin. We're now fighting in the lower bracket as Team Austria-Hungary was just eliminated, or rather they just lost one of their 2 lives here in this double elimination tournament. I recognize there is still stuttering. Checking it out to see what's going on there. One moment, guys. Let me do this. There we go. Can't tell if it's your ISP or it's that laggy. It is that laggy, at least for the moment. I'm making some adjustments here which may help. Looks good now. It does look good now. Alright, we'll see if things stabilize here. Alright, then we're off to the round. And things are going, I would describe as smoothly. We've had a bit of sniping back and forth, but most teams are playing a bit greedy here. We're going a fairly quick... Oh, I like what Derbenzin is doing, but we're going for a fairly quick, almost rush to heavy weapons for most of the teams involved. We have howitzer builds, plasmas, and a cannon already a third of the way completed for Team France. But what I'm liking here for Derbenzin is that they've placed an AP sniper and immediately forced Tree Force into adding extra layers of defenses. And we're back to just weapons construction and defense construction. Everyone's building defenses at the appropriate time to survive. But it is 4:30 on the clock, and OG, the French, are coming knocking. Are they gonna fire? Yes. Are you going directly into weapons platform? No, directly toward the core, but they survive it. As a cannon opens the armor and a plasma beam digs through. It's a whole lot of focus fire into Butterdog, the centermost player of Team Austria. France is not playing around. It's all three players have weapons online by cannon o'clock, and they are letting them out. As Austria-Hungary is immediately on the defensive, they do not have weapons constructed of their own. Instead, they're focusing on economic development, and we have seen how that has gone in the past. Okay. A question from chat. Does the background move separate from the bases and landmasses? Yes, there is a parallax effect. That is what you were seeing. Oh, massive damage. Alessio's armor is penetrated. He just didn't have enough defenses around his mines. He loses 3 mines in the process, which is a massive hit. Now, it is worth noting that Alessio has gone for a howitzer build and does have a howitzer of his own. Butterdog has a single plasma that he's bringing to bear. And that can start working on door sniping the French teams, the French players, and trying to relieve some of this pressure, but Team Austria-Hungary is just getting pinned down, blasted into a corner, and just absolutely ground down. They do have the economic advantage, and if this game continues significantly, that may bring them eventually into the lead. But as it stands, Austria-Hungary just doesn't have the ability to stop the bleeding. Like, Derbenzin, the lowermost player for Team Austria-Hungary, just lost one of his plasmas. He had 2 under construction and didn't have enough armor to defend both of them. That's a lot of damage. That is a lot of damage. As it looks like Butterdog is getting focused again. Door snipe, and that's it! He goes down. Player eliminated. Austria-Hungary loses an entire fort before even bringing weapons to bear. The French are just blitzing the Austrians down. It looks like Team Austria is able to reconnect to Butterdog's now destroyed fort. He reclaims the technology, some of his economic elements, some of the infrastructure. It's going to help Team Austria recover from this, but that was a lot of damage taken. Cannons for anti-air, as Butterdog's once base is getting continuously blasted, losing even more internals. Magna Beam is destroyed. France loses their Magna Beam, and with the loss of the Magna Beam, comes complications. A beautifully placed fire beam for Team Austria. Knocks some of those cannon rounds out of the air. A question from chat, can teammates still man guns on death? Yes, in fact, that is the only thing they can do. Which is very nice. The snipe, you can always tell when co-op-on-death is coming into play, because the sniping just massively upscales for the defeated teammate. Oh, ho, 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 ho. The Magna Beam comes back with a vengeance. Benzine takes a lot of damage from that one. But the reality is just Team Austria has been behind the DPS for a very, very long time. They just haven't had the damage output. And yeah, they have the economic advantage. Even now, they have an economic, with a destroyed base, they have an economic advantage over the French team, but they haven't been able to make use of that bonus income just because the massive amount of damage that they're receiving. The repair bill from that is greater than the extra economy they're gaining. As we appear to have some stuttering. Give me a moment to reset this. Okay, we're alright. A question from chat. Can the defeated player build a sniper, or teammate has to build it for them? Teammate has to build it for them. Which is a big deal. A very big deal. Double cannon. Door snipe. Tree Force does it. Or should I say, Tree Force loses a plasma. Oh, and more damage. Team Austria is actually managing to deal damage. They're starting to pick away at the French offensive firepower. But Team Austria still has far less damage output than Team France. And while they are starting to claw it back, they're still in the danger zone. There's still enough incoming firepower from Team France that Austria is just moments away from explosion at all points in time. Now, that increased economy, or that elevated economy, Jesus. Team Austria, I wouldn't say this. France detected a slanted piece of metal in Austria's base and used it to snipe a fire beam from, like, behind Austria's fort. Like, that is wild. The cannons from the French player have been less than adequate in their aim for the past volley or two. But he's trying to make some particularly tough shots. And if he makes those shots, they deal a lot of damage. It's just, as the French players scale up their damage output, the Austrian team is unable to compete. But all of these missed cannon shells, or should I say inefficiently placed cannon shells, have given the Austrian team an opportunity to come back. Close as it may be. Sniping from the French team has been brutal, and they don't even have a coop-on-death player yet. No, the Austrian team is starting to mount a comeback here. I'd say with some confidence that they actually do have momentum at this stage, while they are taking an absolute beating. We're talking punching bag levels of taking damage. They're not going down, and they are growing slowly, carefully. There's still enough anti-air for Team France that the howitzers from Team Austria haven't been able to make it across the board even once. I'm liking what I'm seeing for the French team now. They're focusing on the Austrian weapons platform as door snipe. The Austrian team loses another plasma. God, it's just still so much the firepower discrepancy. Team France just has such an advantage in terms of active damage. France, they take a hit, they can bleed. The Austrian team lands a howitzer shell as the Austrian team gets perforated again. Good God. Yeah, the French team is having to use cannons to deflect the howitzers. Oh, that fire beam is vulnerable again. Defended by a turbine. howitzer defeated. Ooh. The Austrian team's main defense, the core defenses are bashed, but not beaten. As here we go again. Another door snipe. Der Benzine down to 82% on his core. Oh! Just clean through the doors. The Magna Beam is destroyed again. Wow. As I gotta say, I like the shotgun play from Austria. Austria-Hungary is doing a great job of keeping France's anti-air in check. Like, France is doing an even better job of keeping their anti-air online, but it's a fight. It's a dirty fight. It is worth noting that Austria is building 2 more howitzers at this moment. If all 4 howitzers are permitted to come online, I think this goes from Austria having momentum to Austria having the lead. As another howitzer lands. It is worth noting that France has spent a while upgrading their economy, so they are catching up. I think they're officially in the lead in terms of economic income compared to Austria-Hungary. Oh, a huge hit. Cannon shell penetrates, takes out a line of turbines and a fire beam. Yep, those howitzers are coming online for Austria. We're about to see a quadruple howitzer send from Austria, and I think Team France is unprepared for this. We may see Team France lose a player here in a second. There's not nearly enough anti-air for this. And the cannons are being expended. France is not expecting this. They're unprepared. Howitzer. Howitzer. 2 are taken out. 3. 4. Oh my god. The French team is prepared for it. All 4 howitzers are sent. All 4 are defeated. I didn't expect that, and that was incredibly effective defending. Holy smokes. The French team desperately needs to develop additional anti-air to help defend against those howitzers. Yes, they defended against it and they're prepared for it. It's not okay. All 4 howitzers blasting. Is this it? Oh my god, 2 howitzer shells make it through. OG takes the hit, and has enough armor to stay intact here. But my god, is that an expensive repair bill. Oh. Here we go again. All the howitzers are defeated. The French hold the line this time. At this point, Austria needs to develop additional energy, storage, and generation so they can keep the howitzers flying. They're kind of relying on, say, banking up to fire all the howitzers at once, which is always going to be the case, but their refire rate is a bit low. They need to fire them immediately, as much as they can, to actually overwhelm the anti-air. And Team France needs to focus fire those howitzers to prevent exactly that from that. That was so close to door snipe. Oh my god. Alright, we have the perfect fire. Oh my god, all 4 howitzers were taken out. Holy smokes. It just doesn't stop. And all 4 howitzer shells defeated again. Jesus, holy smokes. I don't think I've ever seen 4 howitzers fired at the same time and be defeated at the same time. That's just a ridiculous amount. And again, howitzer lands? Nope. So much damage from both sides. But at this point, the economic advantage that Austria had enjoyed for a long time simply no longer exists. The howitzers oh, they're gonna make it? They make it. All of the howitzers make it. Immediately, OG is cleansed. He has 0 mines remaining. Ladies and gentlemen, the Austrians have finally landed a shell, finally landed a shot, and that's going to put them firmly in the lead. As they immediately get door sniped and lose plasma. The quad howitzer is just far, far, far too much damage for Team France to sustain. They have to defend via anti-air and anti-air alone. And, oh, that's it. That could have been so much worse. OG goes down and nearly takes his teammate with him. But instead only takes out all of his economy and not his core. Which is pretty devastating. But those howitzers are about to target the next player. Another howitzer zeroing in. A full defend. France still has enough anti-air to keep those howitzers in check. every time one of those cannon shells comes in from on high, it just does so much damage, but it's not lethal damage. Oof. Oh, it's brutal. Oh, it's so brutal. Austria is adding 20mm in, which I think is actually the appropriate solution here. Because 20mm are better at dealing with, better at destroying anti-air. Which is really what's needed right now. More cannon shells harmlessly landing on background. Here come more 20 mils. Dear. I'm surprised that the forwardmost base for Austria-Hungary is still alive. I would have thought they'd have focused it down with the cannons and the plethora of lasers. But at this point, Team Austria has just grown, is just kind of outgrown Team France. The French team has just not kept up with the expansion. They've not scaled as well. And Austria is just kind of running away with it because of it. Now, this is still a pretty heavy fight. Like, neither team is defeated at this point. But it does feel pretty well that Team Austria is in the lead by a lot. But Team Austria just lost a significant chunk of their expansion. Just ran out of APM. And the fire burned it down. Uh-oh. Fire beam catching the howitzer. Mil goes down to a sniper. Door sniper OP. 4 more howitzer rounds. 3 defeated. 4th lands. Pretty heavy repair bill, but nothing critical damaged. Door snipe. Austria loses a 20 mil. That actually just kind of slows the match down. Like, no one has managed to reconstruct the weapon platforms that they've once had. They're just trying to get things done again. Those cannons from the middle fort of Team France have been unable to properly bring core shots into Austria's fort, and Austria's lower fort's been able to just survive. For as long as it survives, it's providing the support it needs. Team Austria needs to maintain this fight here. I'd love to see those cannons actually hit the Austrian team just to get progress made, but I mean, look at the Austrian team. That cannon stack is ridiculous. It's 4 howitzers, 320 mils now. If that isn't handled, the French will just eventually fall apart. Experiencing technical difficulties. Internet disconnectivity happening. One of the French players timing out. Give them a moment before they rejoin. Alright. We're unpausing and sending it again. So strong. Oh my god, the 20 mils are doing the work they need to. France is broken. Shattered, but here come the... Oh, it's so much damage all over again. France loses their weapons platform, loses their shotguns, loses their anti-air, and 3 more cannons are broken. Yeah, the howitzers are penetrating, are getting through again, and they're dealing damage. A lot of damage. Oh dear. Here come the 20 mil rounds. Is taken out, but there's not nearly enough anti-air. The howitzer shells are just going to come in from Austria. Wow. Oh, wow. We have more internet connectivity issues. Give us a moment. Alright. We carry on. And fire beam from on high. comes more howitzer. Oof. The anti-air platform Team France is struck by the howitzer. That's going to let future howitzers in more consistently. Nice shot. It just keeps Austria is so close to breaking the French team. The French team has been unable to break Austria. Like, yes, Austria lost a player early, but that was the extent of the damage they were able to deal. Alright, now those howitzers are hitting the... Oh. Still go... Oh, there's not enough anti-air. There is enough anti-air. It comes online just in time. Yeah, the 20mm are coming in. Going to clear out France's anti-air once again. Oh, ouch. France just lost their upgrade center. France, you need to focus fire with those plasmas. You need to focus fire somewhere, guys. Your shells are just constantly hitting background bracing and terrain. Oh, that was a good shot. Just took out one of Austria's cannons. Another terrain shot. Plasma anti-air. Solid cannon hits. Ooh, beautiful door snipe. Can you do it, France? I believe in you. This is... Oh, a door snipe. Oh my god. It just doesn't stop, guys. It's been 42 minutes of this back and forth of beating on each other's fronts. And no one has managed to break the other guys. Come on. The only team that can really change this, aside from Austria getting kind of lucky. Oh, and there it is. Oh, there it is. They got the kind of lucky right as I was saying it. The howitzers just all make it through the anti-air. France loses their everything. And that is going to become an insurmountable advantage for Team Austria. After 42 minutes. After 42 minutes. There's simply not enough. That's just they do it, and now there's simply not enough material on the board for Team France, what's left of them, to recover from this. They would have to get even. I think the godliest of door snipes wouldn't make the difference here. Holy, well played. Okay. And we're continuing on toward the destruction of France itself. As the howitzers rain from above. Yeah. We have 2 players in the French team disconnected. They seem to be experiencing some internet connectivity issues. Unfortunate. Butterdog has been sipping whiskey this whole time. I'm gonna be honest, that sounds like a very Butterdog thing to do. Like, I don't believe you, but also, I don't not believe you. The plasma trying desperately to take out those howitzer shells. There's a single plasma left for Team France. There's 1 shotgun left against 4 howitzers. The plasma has been defeated, destroyed by energy weaponry. And this is the end of France. In a firestorm of fire beams, plasma beams, and an unceasing hail of howitzer fire. And with that, Austria-Hungary wins, moving on toward round 5, taking the last life of Team France and knocking France out of the competition. Well played. Well, that got exciting. Alrighty then. The French uses guillotines, Austria uses howitzers to get rid of monarchs. Yes. Austrians beating the French. You could have seen that coming. No one. Completely unpredictable. I know, it looked like the French were going to have it pretty early on there. That was good. Alright, next up we have Germany. LD Sud. Facing off against Russia, Ryabjik. It was amazing. That was one of those rounds that's like the perfect background for all of our you know, just waiting screens, because that just didn't stop. It just didn't stop. It just kept going. It was so destructive. God, it is so rare to see 4 howitzers on the board. Absolutely amazing. You'll love to see it. Alright. Germany versus Russia coming up next. Next map will be on BOG 3v3. And it looks like the match is made, so we'll be starting here very shortly. The anti-AA plays by Austria were very strong. Oh, yes. Mom and I are watching. Hi, Mom. Hi, Dad. How are you doing? You're playing Risk in the meantime? Oh my. Strategy on strategy. Let's see what we've got for this one. Germany has to avenge the USA. I'm gonna be honest. After that Russia versus USA match, I don't... Oh, that one was rough for everyone involved. Alrighty. Get ready for a 90-minute match. Dude, that was not okay. Alrighty then. We are off to the next round. Germany versus Russia. You think Russia won't hit anything? Well, you know, only one way to find out. And that is by watching, because we're getting started here in this round. We're in the lower bracket. The winner of this round moves on towards the semifinals, and the loser is eliminated from the tournament entirely. Where here we have on the left-hand side, things are going to get spicy because it's Team Germany. Klaus, Taichu, and Hopser are playing as the Seep Commander. And you know what that means. It's going to be a missile rush, ladies and gentlemen. And as they sit here getting their turbines sniped by Team Russia on the right-hand side in the red, they have triple sniper, and they are just absolutely causing massive problems for Team Germany here. Lumos, Ryabjik, and Alexander are playing as the Armadillo Commander. And you know what that means. Armadillo Commander has been a favored choice for Team Russia. They like these late game plays. They like going wild with it. And just taking things slow and getting all of the economy in the world. And that's exactly what they're planning on doing. But Team Germany, they're playing as the SEEP commander, and with SEEP comes nuclear launch. So who will come out on top? Given the build orders that we're seeing so far, the only player for Team Germany who's really capable of going for missiles at this point are Hopser, the topmost fort, who can build the portal nukes. That'll be a late game nuke play, so we won't see a missile rush here. And Clow, who's building up to the middle island, who can build nukes here, but is instead building economy. So, despite Germany playing as a SEEP commander, we're not actually going to see a missile rush. Instead, we're going to see late game nukes. And that is going to be quite appealing for Team Russia, as Team Russia is expecting to take heavy damage in the late game. And they'll be happy as long as they can build up their economy and get to that late game, which is exactly what they're doing. As Team Russia is already mass developing their economy and eventually getting to heavier weapons. One moment. Noticing some connectivity issues here. As Buzzsaw fires at Alexander, no real damage dealt. Hopser is starting construction of the portal nuke cluster. Now, given the placement of that, he might actually be able to fit 6 portal nukes in there, which would be interesting, but also completely unsustainable on an economy from one base. So going up to 4 is more than enough. Honestly, I'm still of the opinion that just building 3 is the way to go. Like, build 3, use them, and then get 4 eventually. But, you know, 4 really has worked. A question from chat. Did missile silos get slimmer while you weren't lurking? The SEEP commander, one of its abilities, one of its perks, is that it gets slim missile silos. This is specifically for the SEEP commander. Otherwise, missile silos are the normal thickness that I assume that you would recognize. The shotgun's just dismantling turbines. You'll love to see it, as the first 2 nukes are under construction. Oh, and takes out another mine. Oh, that is pretty rough for Team Russia here. Alright. Things are escalating. The heavy weapons are starting to be placed for Team Russia. We have 2 players for Team Russia going lasers. The third player, the middle fort, is going for cannons. On the left-hand side, for Germany's side, we have 1 player going for portal nukes and 2 players going for laser beams. Germany has the initiative in terms of heavy weapon availability. It's also worth noting that Germany is going pretty hefty into shotguns and similar map suppression tools. So I'm interested in seeing how... Hold up, wait a minute. The lower fort for Team Russia just placed a munitions plant. That means we're going to see lasers and cannon. We see both heavy weapons tech before we see real weapons out for Team Russia, at least in the forward position. Yes, they've placed a single plasma, but a single plasma does not break things. It can get door snipes though, like you can't underestimate it. It just isn't a replacement for having a weapons array. Alright, here comes the first missile launches. We do see stagger fire, though perhaps a little heavy on the stagger fire. Ooh, plasma misses. As it stands, the missile launch player cannot afford to launch all 4 missiles. It can only afford to launch 3 out of 4. Team Russia is opening up one of their cannons, so we're about to see heavy weapon usage for Team Russia, and immediately rewards. Team Germany loses a fire beam, just for having its doors blown through by the cannon, but in exchange Germany fires back, and Russia loses a plasma. Oh dear. Okay, we're out. Do we have enough energy storage? We officially have enough energy storage to fire all the missiles from the portal nukes. We just need to spend the time building it up. And that is happening. They are all shut down. Honestly, Hopser is still struggling pretty hard for energy income. He needs to spend some of his eco on upgrading his eco, specifically his energy production. He's got a huge pile of turbines, but they're not upgraded yet, and upgrading them is going to cost a lot. He's upgrading some of them right now, which is going to delay his next nuclear launch. I think it's worth it. Oof. Armor penetrated. Clow loses some turbines here. Nothing super critical. As Hopser is ready to launch another volley of missiles. Firebeam comes online for Team Germany, which means I believe we're about to see a missile launch. Oh, it's brutal. No, Firebeam is not used. And the missiles are fired backwards in order. The nukes are taken out of the sky. Oof. The sniping from Ryabjik just straight removes a plasma off of Germany's lineup. That's pretty devastating. And we see miniguns coming out of Team Russia now. Not often seen, but always welcome. The firebeam cuts through, but the minigun's manual anti-air snipes out the nukes through all the chaos. It costs the miniguns their lives, because SEEP nukes detonate into cluster munitions. very effective component of the seep abilities. Just a huge cluster of firepower sent directly into Clow's weapon emplacement and actually does destroy it in its entirety. Every door broken and the weapon sniped out from behind them. I say sniped out as if the whole section of the fort just wasn't just completely destroyed. Massive damage. Double nuke lands. The totality of Ryabjik's defenses are shattered, but there's no follow-up. The German arsenal has been broken. The nukes did their damage. They opened things up with no follow-up. The Russian team is able to simply repair without losing anything critical, at least beyond the plethora of doors. Oh my. The nukes fly once again. One nuke makes it across. A huge hit. It penetrates deep before detonating, causing a massive amount of deformation, but it is still only armor losses. Well, armor and structural integrity. The support is working together now. The nukes are landing, and that spells disaster for the Russian team. Massive damage. It's too much. Just too much firepower, too many cannons into the front of the German team. The core goes down. Oh. And the explosive giblets from the German team falls onto the lower platform, the lower fort, almost taking the fort with it. Alright, can you get a laser follow-up, or is he out of time? Oh my. There's just not nearly enough firepower. Oh. Internet connectivity issues. We have another pause. Substantial internet connectivity issues, it would seem. Alright, the players are back, so we'll be restarting here. Unpause, unfrozen, as off we go. Another nuclear launch. The miniguns miss. And one of the nukes makes it across. Sniper track. Oh, it gets a hit on that howitzer. If that's allowed to keep getting hits. Nah, he just sells it. Oh, he unsells. Sniper not following through as the nukes launch again. I don't know if there's nothing they can. They do. It hits, but not that much damage this time. Another nuke launch. Ooh! Plasma almost destroys it. That was close. As the cannons, the Russian cannons are just pushing it. Oh, is that it? Oh, that was close. Tight you down to 22% on the German side. The anti-air cleans the nukes out. The Russian team just has scaled. We've reached that 15-minute mark where the total amount of eco on the board is just kind of too much for the opponents to handle. And in this case, the opponents of the German team. as they're slowly being picked apart. Oh my god. He's completely penetrated. Nothing stopping it. Nothing between his core and safety anymore. Oh, it's rough. As we're getting a third nuke in production for the German team. Oh, that's gonna be it for the core. Heavy damage. The German team loses another core. They've got very little left standing. I say as if they don't have the entire half of their map just overwhelmed with large, chunky thickness of wood. But in and among that wood is nothing. They've got very little eco in there. They've got no structure, no weapons. It's just wood. A couple fire beams. That's it. Without that pressure from the... Oh, okay. Now they're getting disassembled piece by piece. Massive damage. The German team's innards are being gutted. What's left is being taken out. Yes. Impact, but still just not nearly enough damage. That's all there is to it. Now the Russian howitzers come online, and there's just no anti-air for the German team. More damage. The Germans just getting blasted apart here. Looks like the Germans are ready for another nuclear launch, but the chances that I actually get it across. Fire beam goes out. One nuke lands. Again, the armor is exposed, and there's no follow-up here. That's been the name of the German game. They get a hit, they crack the armor, and they just don't have enough follow-up to make anything happen. Another nuclear launch. Look at the anti-air, it's just so much. Oof. Pretty heavy weight distribution is some deformation, but the stability tech for the Russian team is pristine. Well, the Germans are fighting back. They are re-expanding. They're getting some work done. They have snipers. They're winning the sniper duels for the moment. Those nukes that cracked the armor did shut down much of the Russian aggression for an extended period of time. And the Germans are taking advantage of that to regrow and reconstruct. So here comes another massive launch. It's shut down. It's completely shut down. One plasma beam just takes it out. Comes another round. Yeah, the Germans are stagger firing a little bit, but not enough. The Russians are starting to use plasmas to destroy the nukes that come out of the launch tubes. The way you defeat that or prevent that from happening is by stagger firing, so they can only ever hit one of them. That's a big hit. The Russians just took out one of the strongest fire beam positions for the Germans. The Russians are starting to add in new weapons every now and again. They're getting work done slowly but surely. The Germans have lost access to the forward expansion again, and more mines are lost forever. The howitzer? For most intents and purposes, I'm going to call that a miss. While it was a direct hit, it hit nothing. Which, to be fair, the Germans have so little at this point that it's kind of hard to hit anything. There's simply nothing in existence to hit. Oh, that's big. The nukes are exposed, and the nuke portals are actually just destroyed. The Germans are selling off the portal nukes. That's it. There are no more portal nukes for the German team, and with it, there's no real damage output. Whoa. The Germans are down to a single fire beam and plasma beam for their damage output. Which means that they are entirely relying on door snipes to get things done, in terms of progress. This is unlikely to be effective. It can work against the bottom fort, it can work against the middle fort. But even then, and all the while, the Russians are blasting through. The Germans are out of money. Completely out of money. They have no more economy. Every single one of their mines and bits of metal income has been destroyed. They're selling off their everything in order to try to reclaim and restart their eco, but they just don't have anything left. As here comes more and more firepower, the armor's penetrated, and it all comes crumbling down. And just like that, Germany, Aldisud, has been eliminated, and the Russians move on, where they will face off against the Austrians in round 5. Very well played. Now that was a fun round. As Team Russia wins it. Alrighty then, let's see who we've got next. Ladies and gentlemen, make sure to take this moment to stand up, stretch, get yourself a drink, get yourself a snack, because we've got a couple minutes here before we get into the next round. I hope you guys have enjoyed, because I know I have. It has been a wonderful time so far. Make sure to hit that follow button and hit that subscribe button, because we got more content like this coming out every single week, multiple times a week. In fact, tomorrow we have the Call Great Meme Tournament, starting at 1 p.m. Is it 1 p.m. or 2 p.m. Eastern Standard? Starting tomorrow at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard. Hello there, Tractor Brawl. Welcome in. Let's see, who do we have up next? Looks like up next we've got Austria-Hungary versus Russia. We'll see if the Russians will proceed, or if they will be knocked out this time. Ladies and gentlemen, we're almost ready to go here. Let's see how this one goes. All right. Now, in the matchup of Austria-Hungary versus Russia, if I were to make a bet, I would bet that it would be probably Russia. But it is certainly a difficult call to make. You like how the Russians play? Yeah, Ryabjik and his team are very defensive. Very snipey. I like it. Honestly, between the two teams, I suspect these two teams play very similarly in terms of overarching strategy. I expect this game to go long and to be an unmitigated slugfest. Another herding cats moment, yes. More cat herding every time. All right. Just another minute. Why is the cat herding always more? Alright. Next round will be Austria-Hungary versus Russians Ryabjik on up and down 3v3. And Armadillo and Overdrive are banned, which means we're gonna see something weird. At least with respect to these individual teams. Both of these teams love both of those commanders. Firebird? Maybe. Probably not, but maybe. Under 45 minutes? You know, now that's the real question, not who wins, but how long. All right. continue. Hand out the catnip. If only it was so simple. If only, if only. Let us see. You know, I was talking with a friend about different teas. And she has this, I'm going to call it a fancy tea with like 8 different goodies as part of it. It looks really nice. It looked like everything I was looking for in a tea. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we're off to the races. As what is somewhat predictable, it's a mirror match. As here we have on the left-hand side, it is Team Russia. Ryabjik, Alexander, and Lumos are playing as the Architect Commander, facing off against their opponents on the right-hand side in the red forts. It is Austria-Hungary. Derbenzine, Butterdog, and Alessio are also playing as the Architect Commander. And now, things are going to get exciting. Well, realistically, I have some pretty simple predictions for how this is going to go. Everyone's going to get an upgrade center, everyone's going to slowly work their way up the tech tree as each player from each team focuses pretty heavily on an economic advancement over anything else. So far, we do see Butterdog going with a core ejection strategy. We're about to see some co-op-on-death shenanigans. Looks like the Russians are trying to take out the core before it gets ejected, which would have been inconvenient for the red team here. And they did actually manage to cause an unforced error, destroying the upgrade center in the process. So very well done for the Russians. It also looks like the Russians are going to be doing the same thing, purposely ejecting their own core. So we're about to see some mega base activity. This time with no unforced errors out of them. The same bases are connected, so the lower and middle forts are connected for both players, or for both teams. This sniping continues, which is no surprise. Remember that in this, co-op-on-death prevents the destroyed player from doing anything other than firing weapons. So far, the typical use case for this is that the defeated player is given a pair of snipers and does nothing but snipe for the rest of the game. Honestly, a very effective strategy. An AP sniper from Austria-Hungary can start blasting things. Oh, but gets door sniped. It loses the sniper duel to a standard sniper, which is usually how that works. Standard snipers are just, in most cases, better than AP snipers. So far, the round has generally gone as I've predicted. Everyone has raced up to maximum possible eco before developing anything else. Now, the question is only what flavors of development have our players gone for? The answer is cannons. Lots and lots of cannons. We have cannons from the top two bases. And it's actually just lasers from the bottom base for Austria-Hungary, but it is both cannons and lasers for the bottom base of Russia. First cannon comes online for Team Austria-Hungary. And we'll give the red team the initiative for first shots fired, which looks like they're not caring to do anything about. I think in this is one of those cases where first shot is not particularly useful because everyone is so extremely well defended with so much armor and economy that it's less about who fires first and who fires the most. So focusing on weapon throughput rather than initial volley is simply the superior option. Ooh, a big hit. Armor was simply insufficient. Alessio from Team Austria-Hungary loses a cannon to the first shots fired in this match. Now that's some damage. What is most interesting to me here is that the Russian team is building triple howitzer, and I suspect they want more than 3. Energy shield protecting the howitzers and the fire beams, which is very well placed. Alright, the Russians are opening fire. Triple howitzer and completely... Oh ho! So the howitzers were completely unsuspect. They were a complete surprise to the Austrians, the Austrian-Hungarian team. They were able to react and use their own heavy weapons to knock the howitzers out of the sky, such that the Austrians were not immediately eliminated. However, two things have occurred. One, the Austrians just lost their upper fort to a massive array of cannons. And two, the howitzers dealt enough damage to knock the Austrians down several pegs. So we're getting some pretty unfortunate damage here. That's gonna leave the Austrians with one base remaining. It's a mega base, but only one base, and not nearly enough map suppression in order to survive the next rounds. Honestly, I thought this was going to be a little bit more of a grind fest, but it seems just the first Alpha Strike for Team Russia was enough to break the Austrians here. Team Austria-Hungary has fallen apart. They're barely hanging on, using their anti-air to keep themselves alive. This is not the world they want to live in. They're not out of it just yet. Team Austria-Hungary is working on a set of portal nukes. The Russians know this, but portal nukes are dangerous, whether they are seen or not. Oh no, a shotgun goes down. That's going to leave the howitzers pretty clear to get across the world. The shotgun goes down to a door snipe, and now there's another howitzer incoming with nothing to stop it. Huge hit. And it all comes crumbling down. Team Austria-Hungary has very little left. And there's even more firepower incoming. Nuke gets sniped, core gets sundered and ripped off and sent into the abyss. That was a relatively fast round, as Team Russia just does what they want to do. And what they want to do involves getting a heap load of howitzers and cleaning house. Very well played, as Austria-Hungary is eliminated from the competition. Russia moves on. Very well played. Nothing beats big projectiles. As we've seen, shotguns beat big projectiles. Shotguns beat big projectiles very hard. Yeah, that was way faster than I expected it to be, by a huge margin. All right. Next round will be Team China versus Team Aldi Nord. Germany. Germany versus China coming up next. Get in your votes. Must be coding a patch for the game before the next round starts. If only we could. There are things we would like to code. Two shotguns just shoot more big projectiles. No, but they do shoot a clump of projectiles. It kind of spreads out everywhere. Give us a moment while we finish setting up the round. The next round will be on Windswept. Team Germany versus Team China. As we are in the semifinals. This is the first time you've seen someone use every weakness and basically never miss. It's lovely when it works. What could happen for 25th game? So this is a double elimination competition tournament, which means that each team has 2 lives. If you have not lost a life and you go into, and there are only 2 teams remaining, then one team has 2 lives, one team has 1 life. So the first meeting of the teams could result in one of 2 cases. Either the team that has won the entire time and never lost a life wins again, and therefore eliminating the other team, and they are the last one standing. Alternatively, the team that was winning the whole time could lose, meaning that there are still 2 teams left at the end of the round, and both of them will win live. So you just kind of rematch again. It is usual for us to not do that explicitly or exactly as it is typically done, but instead modify it to do like a best of 4 kind of situation, where one team, or the winning team going into it, starts with a +1 on the rounds. So think of it as a best of 5, but one team typically comes in with +1 win. There's a couple different ways of handling it. We're talking tournament theory stuff. I forget how this tournament is specifically going to be. I think we're doing the double match, where it's just going to be best of 3 for each one. If my understanding of that is correct. I know in the last tournament, the official tournament, we did a best of 5 where the winning team, or should I say the team that hadn't yet lost a life, was given a free win for round 1 as reward for having never lost a life. You have a puppo on your lap? A puppy! Alright, ladies and gentlemen. We are off to the races. Team China versus Team Germany. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we're back. As here we have on the left-hand side, it is Team China, playing as the Armadillo Commander. Here in this mirror match, as they're facing off against their opponents on the right, it is Team Germany, also playing as Armadillo. You guys have seen it many times before. In Armadillo matches such as this, we can realistically expect this game to go quite some time. We do see a lot of sniping going on here. Turbine almost getting blasted here, which is hilarious and obnoxious all at the same time. That man's trying to snipe his foot, and he almost got it too. Cores so close to being... Yeah, okay. I'm gonna say they're dropping the cores here. So we're about to have more co-op-on-death strats. More cores dropped, more bases merged. And it's gone. As we have a continuous expansion from the bases. We do see a token EMP. Co-op shenanigans? Yes, co-op shenanigans. Oof. Token EMP landing and shutting down a huge amount of the China team's tech. And now Eco. Some beautiful EMP hits. I do like to see the miniguns here. They are extremely susceptible to being sniped. But I do like to see them here. It's just a little bit of early pressure. But realistically, neither team is committing to this. They're both just kind of slowly ecoing up while keeping each other's pressure in check. Getting tech along the way. We do see cannon tech. The Chinese team. Laser tech for both teams. The sniping is still going back and forth, which is really not a surprise. It's unusual for this stage of the game to have this quantity of sniping because there's just not much to snipe. But it isn't a surprise simply because co-op-on-death, at least this version of it, forces one player to only use weapons. And therefore, there's nothing else to do but snipe. Thus, we see hyperactivity of sniping. We do see a standard cannon. Oh! Buzzsaw chops off one of the Chinese expansions, causing pretty heavy reconstruction cost in rebuilding that bridge. We do see a standard cannon for Team China placed on the lower element of the upper base. Whereas Team Germany is mass constructing laser beams right now and has 2 plasmas available as we speak. Second one doesn't quite hit the shotgun, just grazes it. Oh dear. Triple laser, or triple plasma and triple fire beam out of Team Germany. That's a lot of penetrative power, but the Chinese team is near fully shielded, at complete coverage, and the Germans are soon to find that out. Painfully, it would seem. They seem to have gotten themselves into a bit of trouble here. The Chinese team just has too much. Ooh, laser from above takes out one of the Chinese cannons. That's gonna set the Chinese firepower down to half. Another EMP. If the German team can land the EMP, the Chinese team is going to be in trouble. Is while the Chinese team does have fairly strong defenses behind the energy shields, it's not 3 lasers worth of defenses. Ooh, AP miniguns. Actually taking out anti-air. A beautiful use of it. One sniper tries to take out the Chinese snipers, 3 more Chinese snipers just to fire back and take out. Oh no. Honestly, the sniper teams from the Chinese side are doing horrible, horrible damage. Oh! If the German team did not lose their 3rd plasma, that would have been an elimination against the Chinese core. The EMP landed and almost took out the Chinese team with it. Here's the... Oh! A huge door snipe. Not only does it take out a plasma, but it goes clean through the rest of the base and takes out 3 mines. That's a pretty heavy hit against the German team. I was about to say, as much as the German team opened up nice and early with the plasmas and had some decent penetrative power, the Chinese team just didn't care. They put energy shields everywhere and have been slowly building up. And now that the Chinese team has cannons, there's not really much the Germans can do but tank it. Because that's how cannons do. And frankly, it's working. It's working well. Just the back and forth. It's so many lasers out of the German team. Oh! That almost burned through the stability tech of the Chinese lowermost fort. And the cannons burned out. The energy shields aren't enough. The sheer quantity of fire beams burn out one of the Chinese cannons. What I like to see here is that the Germans are adding in double howitzer. Because while this has turned into kind of a slow back and forth where no one's really damaging the other team, surprise double howitzer can deal a lot of damage. That has the opportunity to massively shake up this game. Now, the Chinese are not prepared for this. However, they do have multiple plasmas and cannons on the board, all of which are capable of taking out howitzers. Alright, the howitzers are ready. Mills has enough eco, so these can be fired just immediately. It looks like immediately they shall be. One hit. It's a little misaimed. These buzzsaws might function as anti-air here. This is gonna save this. The first howitzer was misaimed enough, but I think the second one will be saved until the first one is ready to fire again. Alright, I believe the howitzers are ready to go again. And that's a shot. Oh, the anti-air is enough this time. It hits. Do we get plasma follow-up? I don't know. That's asking a lot. Ooh, is that going to do it? It doesn't burn. That's a lot of door snipe attempt, but no one gets door sniped. That was so close to like 3 door snipes right there, and it just didn't happen. At this point, the Chinese teams are trying to add in additional cannons. They have 4 active cannons, with a 5th under construction. The German teams are struggling to hang on under that kind of withering fire. And the German teams are also trying to get their own howitzers to land. The anti-air for the Chinese team isn't overwhelming, but it is enough at this point to prevent the howitzers from getting through. We have the fire beams cooking off internals. The cannons occasionally punching through and taking out a device or two. Every time that EMP lands, it's just like a blood in the water. A sign to shoot at that mark. All lasers focus fire. And another internal is cooked off. Double howitzer, completely shut down. EMP lands again. Fire beams immediately target fire. We have more cooking off components. Is that battery gonna go? Oh, it's so close, but it doesn't go. The fire beams are just... The fire beams are just cooking the internals of the Chinese teams, but the cannons reply and take out another plasma. It's just the Germans. They floated a total of 1 metal, and they don't have enough metal to defend their components from the amount of cannons incoming. What's really concerning here for the Germans, and they don't know it yet, which makes it very interesting for the Chinese team. There is a howitzer in production for the Chinese team in the upper fort, just right in the middle, right in front of the core. If that is permitted to exist and surprise the Germans. Oh, but triple plasma into the howitzer doors, leave it exposed, although not destroyed. That is tantalizingly close. But if that is able to fire and make it clean across, that will absolutely crack open the German team here. And there's more than sufficient cannons nearby to follow up afterwards to leave a lethal impact. Massive hit. The howitzer makes it clean through into the Chinese fort. They're free to repair, there's no follow-up. A huge hit, just a set of cannons makes it through. Takes out a cluster of the German weapon platform. Just a clump of weaponry. The Germans are still very much so a threat, but that was a lot of damage, and that's the kind of damage that both teams are looking to try to deal here. And that's why you don't want your howitzer to land. Howitzer flies again. Big impact. Cracks the armor, but it looks like the follow-up is not going to be enough. Might take out a plasma. The Germans are selling a plasma to prevent it from being destroyed and all lost. Trying desperately to door snipe that howitzer, but with both teams being armadillo, the chances of that happening are just not realistic. And we've returned to slugfest. What is interesting to me is that the Germans are not developing much in the way of anti-air. So that howitzer from the Chinese team... Oh, but the German howitzers make it through. The armor's cracked. The core is on fire. Another massive hit for both sides. Oh, the armor's cracked for both sides, but there's not enough follow-up from the Chinese team. The German follow-up dealt a huge amount of damage, and it looks like they're continuously focusing fire in that same spot. Zeb, the lower fort for the Chinese team, is down to 17%. Almost eliminated right then and there. 2 more plasmas, and they cut through and do it. The Chinese team loses a core, and with it a chunk of their base. The Chinese team is able to immediately reconnect, and that will help them recover. They've kept all of the anti-air, a couple of the weapons, and about half of the mines, but they've lost half of the mines and all of the energy production from that fort. That will set them back massively. And will give Germany more of an opportunity to come back here, or at least to keep up the pressure, to keep the momentum going. But all in all, during that phase, the German team took a pretty heavy hit as well. That's going to slow them down. Now the Germans have more howitzers completing here in the upper fort. They just landed a shot with the first one, and it did some decent damage, but it didn't break anything important. More howitzer shell. It lands. Second one lands. Decent hits. The armor still stands. Oh, they're trying so hard to snipe out that howitzer. Wow. The German howitzers are being battered and beaten by cannons and snipers, and they're still maintaining. Barely hanging on there. Massive damage. All of that armor shredded. The Germans are trying to make follow-up shots against those exposed cannons. Oh. They're covered up. They're covered up. The Germans have lost most of their follow-up potential. They just don't have additional weaponry. But another howitzer shell is enough to fracture it all and take it entirely out. The Chinese teams are struggling here. They're being picked apart. The German howitzers are just too much as it all comes crumbling down again. A massive hit removes China's lower fort. It's just been disconnected for too long. More howitzers. A huge hit deep and into the foundations. The German team still doesn't have much follow-up, but the howitzer chonk is enough to break through. The Chinese team, as good as they are, as much eco as they have, just cannot sustain that kind of firepower of that magnitude. Yes, there's no follow-up from the howitzers, but eventually there won't need to be, as the raw damage of the howitzer will be enough to break through to eventually end the game. Oh, we have internet connectivity issues. We could have seen that one coming. Alright. Connection reestablished. Oh dear. Yep, that is unfortunate. Substantial internet connectivity issues, it would seem. Give us a moment. You know, for once, my internet isn't the problem. It's the German internet! Alright, ladies and gentlemen. We're good to go. It's one nice thing about forts is it can sustain this kind of thing. Was that the host? No, that was the spectator cam. As you guys may know, mechanically I am not actually spectating here. I am rebroadcasting a cameraman's perspective, as this is a German run and operated tournament. So one of the German hosts seems to be struggling here, causing everyone to collapse, including the cameraman, who is also German. Just keep calm and blame German internet. This is also why, when we've been experiencing internet connectivity issues, or at least lag on screen, my voice is just fine, because you guys are seeing my stream, and my stream isn't having problems. That doesn't really matter. Another technician distracted when rolling out the cable, something like that, yes. Good old German internet, yes. Blame the bourgeoisie. Yes. Uh-oh. Wow. We seem to be having some notable desync, it would appear. We may have to go to a technical difficulty loading screen here for a few minutes. USA versus Russia all over again. No, the teams are actually hitting each other. Like, actually hitting each other and doing real damage. Yeah, sure, it's got some similar levels of desync, but at least in this round, the teams are physically able to deal damage to each other, which was apparently a problem for the Americans and the Russians in that one round in particular. You can grab another Tonjinic. Yes. Spoken like someone who has had way too many already, but yes. Lobby screen. Alright, what we are going to do here is this. Just for a moment. As while seeing all the behind the scenes work, I don't want to be broadcasting that in case something's leaked. Yeah, so let's do this here. Give you guys something to work with while we get everything all set up. So how's it going, chat? Truly a labor of love, yes. Wondering if we play the replay as a player, like some pre-built maps, that should be fun. So that is actually what we're doing. We're loading the game from replay. Basically, we're taking a save state of the game before desync happened, you know, the moment before desync happened. And then we will simply reload from replay, where the after getting the players back in. A question from chat. What do you mean when you talk about stability tech? Stability tech is a building technique which reinforces the structural integrity of the structure, of the fort, of the base. Typically when players build, it'll just be, you know, build out of boxes or something of the sort. Something that's just growing off of the basic fort. Stability tech typically includes a development of a second layer overlapping the currently existing layer. So you'll have braces inside of braces, like clipping inside of braces. And it does so with a exquisitely engineered pattern, which gives a whole lot of load-bearing capabilities to the fort. A base within a base within a base? Yes. It's bigger on the inside, or at least more dense on the inside. Basically braceception. It's not a bad description. That's at least part of it. Yeah, there's some tricks you can do to extend the maximum length of a brace, which allows it to carry additional weights. Some tricks you can do to overlap bracings to enable you to have multiple struts carrying the same weight, to, you know, split the weight across multiple overlapping struts. It's very effective. Like, it is genuinely very effective. It's also kind of expensive, kind of APM intensive. So there's a time and a place for it. But generally speaking, most big forts, especially at this level, will need it. This game started single MP called a token EMP. Was a token in there? To carry over from other strategy games where just throwing out a token. Basically, the EMP is practically free, because what the players will do with it is they'll build an EMP, fire it 2 or 3 times, and then sell it off. It doesn't require additional tech because it's part of the natural tech tree. It doesn't require an investment into defenses or anything because you're selling it off. You just build it just to have it, just to have something on the board, just to apply any amount of pressure, and then the moment the pressure is applied, you just unmake the EMP and get your money back. Thus, token. I'm putting a token on the board. Perhaps I should use a different word. So nothing really. Yeah, it really is just a nothing. I'm just gonna get a sniper and an EMP because I can for free, and that's just how that works. As long as you sell it off, you don't get punished for building it. Maybe a mosquito EMP, something like that, yes. Alright, it looks like we are in the round again. Things are as they were prior to the fiasco. And I believe the players are good to go. That rocket array? Oh yeah, no, the Germans are absolutely starting to lay the pressure on to the Chinese teams here. The Chinese teams are falling apart. Like, they are trying and they are doing their best, and they are somewhat succeeding, but the Germans are 100% running away with this. This is the dying throes of the Chinese team as they're being sliced apart, shot by shot. Well, they did manage to destroy the German rocket array. The Chinese team is beyond cooked. It's pretty rough. It is pretty rough out there. The Germans have finally developed some manner of anti-air. It's not a lot, but it has a good chance of keeping them alive from the suddenly howitzer. And the Chinese team also doesn't have much of a follow-up after landing the howitzer. And they still have multiple cannons, but multiple cannons has not thus far broken the Germans. And the sheer quantity of firepower hitting the Chinese team right now is a bit much. I actually really do like the addition of rockets from the German team, because the rockets are just so DPS efficient. They're just so DPS heavy, I guess, is a better way to put it, that it will ruin the economy of the Chinese team. Like, I get it, the Chinese team's got heavy economy here, they got 3 bases, all of them with mines, but just throwing in a couple rockets will put them into a death spiral so very fast. The only way they can do it faster or more efficiently is with mortars. Another chunk sliced off as it all comes crumbling down. Enough of the foundations have been shattered by those lasers that another chunk is cut off, cleaved in twain. The fort is so big that it hangs on just because of the stability tech in there, but it's just not enough. They don't have any money left. They're trying to repair. It's just a matter of time before another heavy weapon punches through the last of the armor and goes directly to the core. Missed. The Chinese team is conceding. They will go out on their own terms. And away it goes. A lot of time spent for a very fast end, as Team Germany moves forward, placing themselves in the finals, knocking China down to the lower bracket where they will face off against Team Russia for the chance to play off in the finals. Well played. Alright, then next up we will have Team China versus Team Russia. No comeback possible with that one. Yeah, that one was really rough. Like, it's with that much firepower on the board, even at the end, China still had possibility of dealing critical damage, but realistically, the chances of that are inconsequential. Not within the time frame allotted to them by the Germans, at least. All right. Are you guys ready for the next round? Let us go. All right. Give us a moment while we finish setting up the round. It'll be Russia versus China on up and down 3v3. Gonna be interesting. Yeah, this is gonna be an interesting one for sure. I am looking forward to this. Where's the catnip? Where's the catnip when you need it? Only 3 teams remain. Germany, Aldi Nord, remains undefeated. Excellent. Alright, so how are you guys doing? You're just about good to jump on this next one. And there it is. Alright, ladies and gentlemen. And we're off. As here we have on the left-hand side, it's Team China. Getting knocked out of last round. I got to experience the joys of incredible cannon fire. And are once again playing as Armadillo. This is not a surprise, as they're facing off against their opponents, Team Russia. Also playing as Armadillo on up and down 3v3. So I do expect both teams to go with the co-op-on-death strat here, with the ejecting of one of the middle core specifically. Oh wow, the Russian team is even restructuring their mines. Alright, well, these teams are very obviously going with a maximum possible eco. Latest possible game. Strap in, boys. If you haven't gotten a drink, if you haven't gotten a snack, now is the time to do it. Because we are going to be here a while. Both of these teams are broadcasting to each other that they want this to go long. And I'm okay with this. It just might take a minute. I'm curious to see how it's going to go. Now, last time I was this confident, one of the teams just built a massive timing attack and ended the game immediately. So it's not impossible that it ends in, 8 minutes from now. But both of these teams are building as if they wanted to end 30 minutes from now. As we see the Chinese center fort is about to eject its core. And we also have the Russian team, soon to eject their core. There it is. Oh, that was close. He almost dropped his core onto his teammate. That would have been a problem. What is going on with the turbines? Okay, well, you know what? It's fine. He's just doing some structural shenaniganery up there. Looking at Alexander in the top Russian fort. He's doing something weird, and I don't know what it is, but whatever it is, it stopped, so. We do see some snipers for both teams. The Chinese snipers have survived. The Russian snipers have not. Imagine just leaving the core to the other team. I can certainly imagine it. I've seen it before. Not on this map. That would be incredibly difficult to pull off on this map. There's the EMP being annoying as ever. However, it lives in a world where there's a player dedicated to sniping, so it's not long to live for this world, I presume. Oh, he almost pre-fired that EMP as well. That's a lot of buzzsaw hitting that spot. So despite a continued and growing insistency, this man is like the god of just barely not managing to hit the pre-fire snipe against that EMP. That is so tantalizingly close every time. But alas, the EMP survives. As much as there's some pretty high octane activity here, there's not a whole lot of investment to actually hitting each other. You know, you have two snipers, you have an EMP, the other side you have a couple machine gunners and a sniper. The biggest investment was the buzzsaws, and the Russian buzzsaws got slapped out of the game, which is kind of expensive. But on both sides, they're building up to heavy weapons. Both are building cannons from the top forts, both are building lasers from the bottom forts. The weapons are coming online. Alpha Strike is available. Who will fire first? Cannon from Russia. And in retaliation, we get laser, a pair of lasers from Russia. One laser from Russia, a second laser from Russia. Surely this will mean war. Fire beam cuts pretty deep. Plasma beam cuts even deeper. Makes it just a couple grid spaces away from the core, but that wasn't in real risk of taking damage. The armor too thick. Lasers. They cut deep. Oh dear. Please come back. Thank you. Did that firebeam just get door sniped? It did! That firebeam just got door sniped. Oh my. A pair of AP snipers on Team China. The original snipers have been upgraded. As the cannon stack grows for every player involved. Chinese cannon stack, Russian cannon stack, they each get taller and taller. The Russian cannon stack is growing faster than the Chinese one, but they are fundamentally the same build here. There was a minigunner that just got executed by the laser. Fire beam penetrates the armor. It's not enough to hit the... not enough to get through entirely. Not enough to break the cannons on the inside. It's a lot of reflection happening all at once. Proper mirror match this one. Yeah, it's almost perfect. Almost perfect mirror in almost every way. The biggest difference between them is that the Russian team is building a Magna Beam, which can result in the top cannon forts annihilating the Chinese cannon fort by virtue of wraparound, of Magna shenaniganery. That's about it. What does smoke do? Smoke does several things. In this case, the biggest use of smoke is to dilute or diffuse the laser beams. If a laser beam, such as a fire beam or a plasma beam, hits a smoke cloud, it diffuses and deals less damage coming out the other side. So it is being used by predominantly the Russian team to mitigate incoming fire. That's why it's being placed. That's why the Russian player is placing it on his half of the board. He's just trying to cover his own fort in smoke. Oh! Magna Beam didn't quite... Cannons weren't quite aimed to give it the wraparound, and now it has been revealed to China that the Magna Beam exists, and such defenses must be placed in an appropriate location. But yes, the smoke also prevents automatic anti-air from occurring, as it blocks line of sight for the automatic anti-air detection. It also prevents reconstruction and putting out of fires in an area near the smoke. Which is usually how it's used. It's usually used that way. To prevent your opponent from reconstructing stuff after it's taken damage. It's very rare for a situation like this to happen when the players are using it near exclusively to diffuse laser beam damage. Unfortunately for oh, it's crumbling. Oh my god, he's hanging on. Did you guys see that? The whole base started crunching. Everything is falling apart for the Russians here. Quite literally. I don't know how you fix this as the Russians. This is not... They built too tall and just lost one of their foundation nodes. And the sudden jolt, the jerk of the weight being redistributed, just shattered so many more of the Russians' foundation struts, and yet it held. That is the power of stability tech. But at this point, your stability tech is moments from fracture, moments from collapse. I don't know how to fix that if you're the Russian team, other than just try to not build things. Just don't do it. You can't. Don't build more turbines, upgrade ones you currently have. fire being blasting the Russian cannons out of the air. Cannon shells, I should say. So, the Russians, once again, are moments away from collapse. If this goes down to another self-collapse here... Ropes, lots of ropes. Ropes really aren't very good at doing that. Like, they're physically capable of helping, but they're not good at it. Cannons, those top two forts are just locked into a slugfest. But the Magna Beam from the Chinese team is getting involved. Unfortunately, it's not placed well enough to allow a wraparound, and its existence will reveal to the Russians that they will need to do some defenses against it. However, the Chinese Magna Beam has now been destroyed by Door Snipe, and in doing so, will grant the Russians plenty of time to react accordingly. There is still no Magna Beam from the Russians. Or anyone, for that matter. Oh my god, the Russian base is just... it's crying. Oh, the Chinese armor up there has been breached, but there's not enough follow-up. It took all the cannon shells to breach it. In the slugfest, the Chinese team is not winning that fight. The Russians are coming out on top. It's taking a while, but the Russians are coming out on top for it. Return to sender gets involved. Again. As you can see, the fire beams here are being blocked by that smoke and are thus unable to burn out the cannon shells. That's what it's being used for. Oh, a beautiful hit from below. Takes out the mines and everything. Another beautiful hit. The Russians take another massive damage. And it does remove some of the weight from the Russian fort. That much is probably helpful to some component of their base. Oh. The armor is shattered. Cannon exposed. But it took everything to get there. There is no follow-up. As the Chinese portal missiles are online and can be fired now. Alexander really needs to stop hitting that return to sender. We have portal nuke active. Lots of ants here. Not even a single swarm missile makes it through. Well done. What just happened there? Oh, that was a mortar. Okay, I was like, what? Why did that projectile go off? It's because it was a mortar. A single incendiary mortar. Lands. The The Russians desperately try to take out the nuke before it lands, but they don't quite get it. It opens up the armor to allow the lasers to penetrate through, and through they do, but there is an energy shield there to prevent exactly that scenario. Or at least to prevent that scenario from being lethal. Massive volley of cannons into the side of the Russian armor. The Chinese armor is still holding. The nuke once again holds, or the nuke once again is held off. That man ran out of armor? Yeah, the Chinese team just straight ran out of energy there. Okay. I think what it is the Chinese fire beams are doing such a good job at burning the Russian cannons out of the air that it's giving the Russian cannon player enough leeway to actually break through the Russian armor every now and again. Nuke just makes it clean across. There's no more anti-air for that. It's another heavy hit. It'll take out armor, but the defenses hold. This is once again a ripe slugfest. It takes out the return to sender. That leaves Alexander's core vulnerable, and immediately the cannons come flying in. But a beautifully timed fire beam from the Russian lower fort saves it. Uh-oh. The Chinese player, cannon player, is out of money. Entirely. He's trying to repair. That moment when an armadillo player runs out of money for defenses. Oh no, the nuke's going in again. You can't let that happen, because here comes another volley of cannons. Oh. That was a magnet beam, not a fire beam. And that just got sniped. Okay. I get AP sniped? I did get AP sniped. New plans again. Oh, but the return to sender survives. And the cannons are sent through it. Sent back from whence they came. But the howitzer from below is not enough. Even with 3 plasma follow-up. Man, I can afford 4 plasma follow-up, holy smokes. The energy block on the Russian lower base is ridiculous. Wow! The drunk nuke just dodges the fort. The lasers threatening to door snipe each other. That was a beautiful mortar, I must say. Uh-oh. The new plans. Your armor shattered. Do you have cannon follow-up? If those 5-6 cannons hit that location right now, oh, they're still on cooldown. They're not ready to fire. We won't be seeing cannon follow-up this time. Not this time. But again, the Chinese are running out of money to repair. The slugfest continues. Mortars enhancing your weapon today, yes. It's just that there are so many energy shields across the lower bases that the lasers are not very effective. So every time someone tries something, it gets met with, it's like, oh hey, you've lowered your shields because you're trying something. So it's going to turn into as just door sniping duel. Uh-oh. Fire is spreading across the Russian lower fort. Uh-oh. It's burning. It's all burning. The APM is struggling. Just too much going on at once. Oh, and he loses 2 heavy weapons. 2 plasmas go down to unchecked fire spread. Unfortunate. Did that break? It's penetrated. Eddie's gone. And it all comes crumbling down. Oh, and he gets sniped mid-fall. What a way to go. Yeah. That was a lot of damage. The Russian armor finally cracked, and the cannon stack comes crumbling down. And now the Chinese team has a massive advantage. And also, a heapload of cannons that are very angry and aimed at the final remaining bastion of the Russian existence in this game. Man, it was just in time for the Russians to complete their Magnum Beam again, which could have been game-winning. For the amount of Magna Beams built in this game, very few have been used. Okay. Is sniped by a laser beam. But now, the Russians have an extra sniper player. That's a lot of weaponry on the Chinese fort here. Seeing 5 cannons, 2 howitzers, plus another, what's that, 5 plasmas, a magna beam, an array of fire beams, an array of 5 more buzzsaws, some shotguns. I'm not gonna try to count the snipers. It all crashes into the Russians. I would say this, I like what the Russians are doing. They're building a large missile launch platform, and if they're permitted to get it online, Team China does not have enough anti-air to hold off missiles of that quantity. This is going to come down to whether the Chinese team can break the Russians before the Russians get their missiles online. I think the answer is yes, but I've been surprised before, and frankly, it is very doable for the Russians to get those missiles online. I think the biggest concern for the Russians right now is that the fort has taken so much structural damage over the course of the game that its foundations are moments from shattering. And if that happens, then there's very little that the Russians will be able to do. Here it comes. They're aiming for those foundation nodes specifically, because that is a spiderweb mess of collapse waiting to happen. Any more weight in the wrong place and it's all going to come crumbling down. And there it is. Crumble down it does. Very, very well played. That was close. The Russians almost got their missiles off. And almost, if those missiles had landed, that would have been potentially just game ending for the Chinese. But at the end of it, the Chinese win, knocking the Russians out of the competition and moving on to the finals. Well played. Very, very well played. The internet knows when the game's running. I think it has something to do with the camera. The CPU on the camera machine. The camera account. When things get exciting, it starts breaking down, I think. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, make sure to stand up, stretch, get your drinks, because it's going to be a couple minutes before we can get this next round going. The next round will be China versus the Germans in the finals. Alrighty then. Which team is your favorite? I'm proud of the Chinese teams. It's been a while since I've seen them go this far in a tournament. I'm proud of them. I'm very proud of them. I will take this opportunity to refill my drink. And you should too. I return. I return. And away we go. Let's do this. You held on your final Risk battle. Now you're talking the newest Risk Grandmaster. Oh, congratulations! You know, I never really got into the Risk online Risk scene. It does look interesting to me. Very interesting to me. I am quite interested in such games, although I haven't spent the time to actually play it. Hello there, Libby, coming in and rejoining the incursion for 14 months. Congratulations. You've regained access to all the beautiful emotes from the channel, as well as your special access role on Discord. Welcome back to the party. Let us go. Alright, it looks like things are good to go, so we'll be jumping into the action momentarily. Is this final a single elimination match? No, it's still a double elimination. However, the Chinese team has already been eliminated once. So, if the Chinese team loses, the Germans will win. If the German team loses, the Chinese will have to win again, a second time. And it will be a best of 3. On Dark Shoals... No, not Dark Shoals, that's map bans. The Pan W map. Alright, let's do this. Looks like we'll be going in exactly 3 minutes from now. It's double elimination, but China has already been eliminated once. Yes. Exactly. If it wasn't for the lag, the tournament would have been smooth. Yes. Unfortunately, it is a world tournament, and we are reaching every quarter of the world right now. It's pretty rough. If China wins this fight, they have played 3 times in a row, and will have to then play 4th. Yes. Which is a little bit, you know, intense. A little bit very intense. And we're off. Ladies and gentlemen, we're on to the finals. But the last two teams, the last two countries left are in this match right here and right now. Where here we have on the left-hand side, it is Team Germany, where players Mars, Julian, and Nils are playing as the armored Dillo commander. They're facing off against their opponents on the right-hand side, in the red fort. It's Team China. Lewis, Numbers, and Zeb are playing as the Hurricane commander. Let's see how this one goes. Both of these teams have shown themselves to be very interested in later gameplay, with very little cheesy or early game tactics applied throughout the game, throughout the matches so far. It would seem that the Chinese team is going for a co-op-on-death strategy where they're merging the front two bases, and I believe the Germans are going to be doing the same thing. Maybe? I'm no longer certain. Okay. What are the prizes for winning? Looks like there is about a $300 prize pool. Not as much as the official tournaments, but still. Actually, is that USD or German? That is about 300 euro, which is like dollar, but not quite. Oh, the joy of European-run activities. European-based activities. All those darn Europeans and their silly euros. Are you seeing 4 cores? Yes. The central forts, the middle fort, each has 2 cores. Which also means they don't really need energy production for the start of the game. So they're just kind of spiraling on, racing to the later game elements. We haven't had any co-op-on-death strategies, but these teams are going for basically the same tactics here, which does not surprise me even a little bit. It's lasers from both of the lower forts, cannons from both of the top forts, although the German team is also going cannons for the middle fort, while the Chinese team is going lasers for the middle fort. And everyone involved is going upgrade center for the economic upgrades. Let us go. We are seeing weaponry starting to be placed. The first cannon has been placed for the top player for Team Germany. The first plasma beam has been placed for Team China. As the EMP gets involved. Let's do this. The big zoom out has happened, because now the heavy weapons are getting involved. Co-op-on-death here would be wild. I mean... would it though? Would it really? Alright, well, the Germans have their first cannons online. The Chinese team, despite building their cannons later, has their cannon stack player has placed 3 compared to the Germans 2. So while the Chinese team will have less firepower at now, they will have more firepower eventually. At least until the Germans are able to catch up with it. The cannons, they fly. The Chinese player, the middle player for the Chinese team, is running Fire Beam Plasma Beam. And it's... oh, the triple cannon blast. Oh dear. Okay. Beautiful. In before cannons. Alright, so now we have a growing infestation of cannons. We're up to a total of 6 cannons in the German team. But on the other side, the Chinese team is running with a lot more laser beams. I say that as if they didn't just get door snipes, and that's actually going to put the German team ahead in the laser count as well, despite only 1 player going for laser beams. On the right side, we have 2 players going for laser beams for the Chinese team, but they're just lost some of their own, and now they're down to 2 plasmas and 2 fire beams, which is the same quantity on the other side for the Germans. And the Chinese cannon player only has 3 cannons compared to the German team's 6, which is a lot of cannons. Like, that's just a lot of cannons. And they're all starting to slap the Chinese team basically out of the game here. If they're able to continue firing those cannon rounds, then this round, this match in particular, will not last very long, I suspect. Fire beam doing great work. As back and forth the damage goes. as we have a 4th cannon for each of the cannon players coming online here shortly. Currently under construction. Laser beam players are kind of struggling here because both teams are wielding smoke screens. And smoke screens diffuse and reduce laser power, which makes it a little difficult for them to get something done. If the Germans are able to focus their fire on a single target and not get their cannons burned out of the air, then I think the Chinese team here crumbles. And I think they crumble pretty quick. Ooh, we had an armor penetration, but it's not enough to actually break the cannon there. The cannon will be permitted to repair. Come on. And the Germans, fire your cannons. They're hitting separate targets, but they do actually break through the armor of the laser player, the central player for the Chinese team. And with it, they take out a fire beam. The damage from the fire beam causes a bit of splash and slows things down quite substantially. That'll be a nice repair build, but we get a door snipe. The German top cannon player gets door sniped and loses a cannon and deforms much of his base. He has designed and constructed his fort such that a door snipe is not lethal, does not cause a collapse. So you will be able to recover from this. That is still a lot of damage. It's going to slow him down immensely. And another door snipe. The Chinese team loses another fire beam. Oh boy. Looks like they're trying to door snipe the energy player again. Or just, you know, remove him from existence. The more important detail here is that the Chinese middle player, their laser player, is building a magna beam. If that is permitted to exist, then we might just see the Chinese team win by wraparound magna shenanigans. And that we'd love to see. Now, the last, 2 times we've seen teams try to go for this, it has not worked because the magna beam has been incidentally destroyed prior to usage. We may see that situation here again, but the magna beam is completed now. The German team does not have long to deal with this before it becomes a problem, and they don't know it exists. So it is very likely to become a problem here within the next 20 seconds. When I say a problem, I mean a lethal problem. Massive damage. And it's collapsed. The magna beam's gone. And the German team might be able to take advantage of it. Oh, is there going to be a cannon shot from on high to wrap around and finish it off? Nope. Every single German cannon was on cooldown, still reloading, and did not have the ability to follow up on that. That could have been game-ending for Zeb, the central player of the Chinese team. And yeah, the cannons, they're just going straight to the core, and that did it. 2 cores go up in smoke, and flames, and a mushroom cloud, as the Chinese team lose their first core. Should I say their first 2 cores and their first player. Now, portal nukes have just come online for the Chinese team. There's not a whole lot of anti-air for the German team. And the German team just landed their own portal nukes on the Chinese front side. That caused a hefty bit of damage, but we'll see if they retaliate in kind. There exists methods for the Germans to remove the nukes. He's using a sniper to do it, which is not the best solution. But one nuke lands, the other gets made drunk by the sniper, and it goes off into the distance, which, in an interesting twist, the sniper was enough anti-air to get rid of the nuke, which is hilarious to me. Impact. We have another nuke launch. Chinese nukes flying. The sniper is actually just taking the nukes out, which is hilarious to me. Why build anti-air when you're that good at sniping? The Chinese cannon player is on the cusp of being absolutely destroyed. He's running out of ablative armor. He has no more metal left, and what little wood he has left is insufficient to stop a full volley of cannons if they hit even close to the same space. Oh, his base is being over-penetrated now. Shot after shot are slamming into his front. Does not have the ability to repair. He's just kind of trying to not... Oh, a huge hit! Multiple mines removed. The Chinese lower player has just lost half of their income. The Chinese upper player is selling off half of his cannons to afford repairs to the rest of his base. He's able to get the repair. He is still not able to repair the rest of his base. He's so damaged. It's not repairable. And that's it. The Germans are going to take this round off of an economic victory. Technically, red team here on the right side still has enough firepower to deal damage, real damage, but the chances that they're going to make that happen is extremely low. They can barely afford to fire their weapons. Look, he's sitting there with his cannon, just hoping to get a door snipe, and the Germans they don't let it happen. And there really isn't much the Chinese teams can do except hope on a door snipe here. As more cannon shells are penetrating. They're just flying through the base and hitting nothing because there's nothing left to hit. Those cannons just have to go directly to the core and nowhere else. Another missile lands. Nuke launch. Not enough stagger fire on them. The plasma hits both of them. Interestingly enough, the lower player for the Chinese team has managed to not only reconstruct his mines, but reclaimed his one's teammate's base. Oh! The upper player for the Chinese team has just had his armor breached and lost another cannon. It's down to a single cannon, just hoping on a door snipe. Pre-firing the nukes. Or pre-firing the anti-air against the nukes. There's too much at this point. Oh dear. Lasers go directly to the core, just burning through everything. Oh. It's getting real stuttery. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh my. Oh boy. It's getting real stuttery, guys. And we're back. It's a bit stuttery, but we're here. And some more nukes. Chunking the armor. Go directly to the core here. Well, you know, he did fire the cannon back. Oh yeah. If he had any hope of getting something done, he just lost it with the rest of his economy. And the Chinese team is going down in explosive fashion. They're letting it burn. This is the end. Kaboom. Germany wins round 1 in this best of 3. Well played. Alright, ladies and gentlemen. We're on to round 2 of the finals here of the BOG Worlds Tournament. Next map will be on Pillars 3v3. One of the maps of all time. And next up, we have round 2 in this best of 3. Just when you no, so the finals is a best of 3, as opposed to make the final match a bit more interesting. There go your 10 points, oh no. We're almost ready for the next round. Never Germany showing their vitality. Yes. Let's do this. And we're off. Ladies and gentlemen. Time's up, let's do this. It's round 2 in this best of 3 between Germany and China. As here we are on the right-hand side, it's China. They're down 0-1 in this best of 3, and they're facing elimination. They require victory in this round, or it will be the Germans who claim first place in this competition. Lewis, Numbers, and Zeb are playing as the Architect Commander here in this mirror match. Against their opponents on the left-hand side in the blue forts, it's Nils, Mars, and Julian. The German team also playing as the Architect Commander. And you know, I think this gives the Chinese team an advantage. I mean, look at their logo. Look at their team flag, their icon. It's the Architect hat. Yes. The sniping. It starts already. The German engineering is better. The world may never know. Oh, jeez. Why is it? Things are not like this. Okay. It's fine. It's fine. Which players are giving the best performance so far in this tournament? The Chinese players and the German players. Which doesn't narrow it down that much, because the Germans are most of the players. This is a predominantly German tournament, so that shouldn't be a surprise. Shouldn't be a surprise at all. What's also not surprising is that every player in this round has gone an upgrade center, like first. Does anyone know that we don't see the action permitted for the German team? Yes. And, I do not have the ability to change that. But let us see. Progress-wise, the teams are going for an exact copy of each other, the exception of the Chinese team with their triple buzzsaw. Both top players are going for laser beams, and both the bottom and central players are going for the cannons. We'll see what flavor of cannons. On a map like this, it isn't terribly uncommon to see howitzers in the forwardmost position, but it looks like it's going to be standard cannons for everyone involved. More buzzsaws. So interestingly enough, the forwardmost and the uppermost German players are actually vulnerable to complete elimination, like direct elimination by buzzsaw right now. It is extremely unlikely to happen. And the only player targeted by the buzzsaws is the one who's not vulnerable to it. So, you know, it happens. There's a reason why they're building sandbags like that, is so they can, you know, survive the experience. Either way, the Germans are a little bit ahead of the Chinese in terms of weapon placement. The Chinese are a little bit ahead of the Germans in terms of economic development. The German team got lucky a little bit, yes. Surviving that first shot. They are getting punished for it. But in exchange, the Germans have fired back and taken 2 of the Chinese mines. Which is actually kind of a big hit here. It's not game-winning, but it makes it... Oh, this is... Oh, you can't let that... You cannot let that happen. Oh, and it happens. The Chinese rearmost player is getting absolutely shredded. Just the earlier weapons. The earlier weapons from the Germans, it let them get the lasers out first. And just... the Chinese players weren't prepared for it. Took out the mines and one of the cannons for it. Oh, but the... It's not enough. The German player, for the second time this round, is almost eliminated. 2 plasmas directly to the core and just barely survives. Oh, so barely survives it. As the cannons are slamming and focus firing Lewis, the forwardmost Chinese player. That's just a lot of firepower hitting one player. Lewis is going to need help from his teammates, and that help has to look like the removal of German firepower. Because if Lewis is... If they allow Lewis to keep taking hits like this, he won't. He can, you know, he can explode slowly, but explode he will. And that's just how that's going to work. Oh, but the German top player is vulnerable, and he takes a huge hit. He loses a plasma of his own. Knocking his core down to 45%. It also means that Julian cannot place that plasma beam back in that position without risking total annihilation. Oh my gosh. The rear Chinese player loses another mine. It seems that the call was made by the Germans to focus on the rear Chinese player for damage output, to target. Maybe it's because his mines have already been shattered. Maybe there's another reason. Either way, they're now shooting at the forwardmost player. Almost a door snipe, but not quite. As the cannons are firing once again. More focus on the forwardmost Chinese player. Let's see. The Germans are actually struggling to expand here. Like, yes, they are expanding, but barely. The reveal of the Magna Beam now means that the Germans have to spend that extra resources on defending from those odd angles, and that they are doing. Almost to the point where their topmost player is collapsing himself. He's on the verge of losing one of his primary foundation braces. Wow. It's a little hard to see from this distance, but that top core is almost entirely undefended from the Magna Beam. It's got a spotty defense. It can absolutely just be blown through or just ignored. That Magna Beam can penetrate through it. Or rather, the cannons can snake their way through the defenses and go directly to the core because it's exposed from a few angles there. Big hit. Julian, the top German player, is again close to collapsing here. As the Chinese teams are actually, they've now made pace with the Germans in terms of total cannon count. Oh, but the German Magna Beam almost ends the game right then and there. Or at least almost ends the forwardmost Chinese player. The German Magna Beam is destroyed. That's gonna prevent that kind of cheeky attack. Oh, massive damage and a collapse. Oh, it's all over. Oh, it all comes crumbling down. The German player, Nils, goes down. His armor is penetrated, and the whole thing collapses. And with it, the Chinese team officially has a lead. A substantial lead at that. Beautiful Magna Beam. Should I say a beautiful cannon shell. If he can take advantage of that Magna Beam and a little bit higher, and he could have sent all three of those cannon shells directly up into number 3's core, into Zeb's core, which would have been beautiful. Wow, 3 cannon shells perfectly aimed all in the same spot. Actually does penetrate the German armor, but only just barely. Doesn't have enough force afterwards to actually break anything inside. Is that a return to sender? I think that's a return to sender on the Chinese team. It is a return to sender on the Chinese team. Lewis, the forwardmost Chinese player, has built a return to sender in and among his cannons, as he has been designated team tank, or should I say designated target for the German artillery. And he's tired of it. Oh no, not like this. The cannons are flying back and forth. Oh, and he Barely hangs on with it. Barely hangs on with it. Oh, does that do it? Well, the plasma just falls into the abyss. There's away we go. More damage. So much more damage. It's getting real intense again. You know what that means? Oh, here we go. That was almost a door snipe right there. Julian has become the punching bag for the team. That is so many cannon rounds all at once, and the laser finishes it off, slicing through, sending him into the depths. And now the totality of the Chinese firepower will focus on the last remaining German fort. They're trying to cause it to collapse here? I think they are. Okay. Yeah. And... target down. Team China brings it back. The score is now 1-1 in this best of 3. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is a good match. Next up will be Vanilla 3v3. The front fell off. The fronts did indeed fall off. You'll love to see it. It fell off in the most spectacular of ways. I'll have a third round to watch? Yes. Yes, we will. You know what that means. More predictions. Did not have enough hands for the repairs, correct. Would this be the last game? Well, we have another best of 3 if China wins. If China wins, there will be another best of 3. What time is it over in China at the moment? It's got to be unpleasant. It is 8:30 in the morning. Yikes! I don't think it's worth the €300. Oh, God. I say that as if it isn't like 1 a.m., 2 a.m. for Germany right now. I'm not sure if 8:30 what a.m. is. Well, the thing is, this started 6 hours ago. So it started at 2 in the morning for the Chinese players. And it's been they've been here playing ever since 2 in the morning. It is now 8 in the morning. At least the Germans, you know. At least the Germans started at like 8 o'clock. Like 7 o'clock or something. I don't think there were any Americans around this time. Why did they start at 7 o'clock? Why didn't they start at like, I don't know, 9 in the morning or something? I don't know, like 10, I don't know. They probably wake up late. I don't know, like give them like 10 in the morning or something. Alright, and we're off to the next round. Round 3 in this best of 3. For here we have on the left-hand side, it's Germany, and they're playing pinch fist, so we might see some blitzkrieg action here. Where they're facing off against their opponents. On the right-hand side, it's Team China, playing as the Moonshine Commander. So with the German team playing as the pinch fist commander, I would expect them not to be going for a late game play. I would instead expect them to be going for some kind of earlier game cheese tactics. Or at least a rush tactic. Usually less cheese. The pinch fist is usually less cheesy than rushy. But Moonshine does enjoy late game play, and enjoys it a lot. This is not a surprise. We do see pinch fist. That's just an exposed. Julian, the middle player for the German team, has an exposed heavy weapons facility, specifically the laser tech. The German sniper's been plinking away at Numbers turbine for a while. The lower most fort for the Chinese team, I think, is about to lose a turbine to a sniper. Repairing it, which it does out-repair the DPS of the sniper. And now he's selling off the sniper. It looks like it's going to be a howitzer rush from Nils, the lowermost player for the German team. I don't know what the upper player... I don't know what the plan is for the uppermost player for the German team. But it's going to be a plasma rush for Julian in the middle, for the middle fort, the German team. Whereas on the other side, the Chinese are categorically going for something eco-heavy. It's like just standard cannons from the upper player for the German team, but not in any exceptionally rush-heavy timing. He did expend on eco first, and he's still upgrading his eco instead of additional cannons. So we have multiple EMPs from the Chinese team. That will slow down the Germans notably. Yeah, there Julian just got his His laser beams shut down. Their progress halted. And again, Pinchfist relies pretty heavily on timing. If he's delayed too long, then he won't get damage in before the enemy's eco comes online. So it is critical that Julian prevent that EMP from hitting his weaponry. See some quick reconstruction from Julian, as his lasers are soon to come online. The moment Julian dropped the EMP shield, in comes the EMP once again. Did he just upgrade that to a rocket? No, he placed a flak. Okay. Alright. The heavy weapons have officially come online for Team Germany. I think they're going to wait a little bit longer to get a bigger alpha strike here. Between Nils and Julian combined. Oh no, he's going straight for the firebeam plant. If he nails this, it could be elimination. Oh! The base wobbles just a little too much. Oh wait, no, is that an energy shield? It's an energy shield. Zeb predicted it, and survives because of it. Now, Nils has a howitzer online, but without a follow-up, he's going to need, well, a follow-up. That can either be Julian focus firing afterwards, or his own cannon. I would love to see, there you go. Good hits. Now cannon follow-up, firebeam, plasma beam afterwards. Massive damage. 5 out of 6 mines destroyed. Zeb is not okay here. And all the while, the topmost player for the German team is just playing something akin to meta, with a big stack of cannons. You know, their central player, their middle player, has no money. I would think the cannons would go that way, just to, you know, finish him off. But there is a good reason to let him recover, because you can he won't be a threat for the foreseeable future, and you can spend time instead blasting guys who are a real threat. Setting them back. There are so many return descenders across Louis' base. Oh, and his armor is almost penetrated. Just the aligning of the cannons. Oh, the cannon was exposed and getting sniped. Oh, well, okay, that's... It's supposed to be like, he put a sandbag there to stop the sniper, but it doesn't stop a cannon shell from coming out that same angle. There are just too many shotguns for Team China. That howitzer is doing nothing. At least Nils is not developing additional howitzers and is focusing on developing cannons. For as much as that's worked out for him. He got blasted a few times and lost the cannons, but you know what? It happens to us all. Oh. The Chinese team is a little low on the shotgun count, and it makes it through, which means the armor is cracked. But there's no real follow-up here. And now, the Germans learn that they are moonshine, and the return to senders are not particularly useful. I would have half a mind to just disable all of my return to senders immediately. A huge hit, massive follow-up, and that's all it takes. Numbers goes down. The Chinese team has lost their first player. The first fort has fallen. Now, this is where things are going to get a little rough for the Chinese teams. The Chinese team, I should say. Because the other forts just don't have a whole lot of firepower. They do have weapons, they haven't been kept beaten down to the Dark Age here, but only just barely. They went with an eco-heavy build, and the Germans didn't. But the Germans have just been pounding on them since the start of the game, to varying degrees of success. Oh, that's gotta be it. The Chinese team here, they just lost all of their mines. There's no more repairing, and there's damage incoming. Oh dear. They're just completely out of cash. The Germans are digging to the core. Did they hit the core and it just didn't? No. There's a single strut of wood between the Germans and the Chinese core. There's just no weapons off cooldown to actually finish it off. And double kill. And just like that, Germany wins it 2-1. Ladies and gentlemen, there we have it. Germany wins the tournament overall, going 2-1 in this final best of 3, leaving China in second place. Very well competed for everyone involved. Those are some absolutely amazing rounds. And I think we did that one round earlier today, I think was the best I had seen in this tournament, and just recently. This is just a double explosion. The crumpling. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. Alright, well. I want to say thank you guys for joining us today in this adventure. It has been a great time. Make sure to check back tomorrow, where we will be showcasing the Coal Grate tournament. The Coal Grate meme tournament. It's going to be a wonderful time. I'm really looking forward to that. So I will see you guys there. Make sure to hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, as we have more content like this coming out every single week, multiple times a week, including, but not limited to, tomorrow, where we will be going live. With extra memes. I will see you guys there. But for now, have a good night, everyone. Shout out to all the competitors once again, and I'll see you guys later.